There you go. Sorry about that. Didn't realize I was still on mute. Uh, oh, really? Hey, Larkins. Hey, guys. So, what is going on? Give me a second. My brain is not wanting to work right now. I'm trying to look at me. I'm trying to multitask. We know we can't. I can't multitask. There's no way I can multitask. Tell that to Nikki all the time. I'm like, I can't multitask. Oh, wow. Okay, there is that. Let me go here and take this. Look at me. Now I am going to send out invites if I have your email, so we can you can jump in and we can have a chat if you want to. But let me go here. Um, and paste and send. I'm trying to send out invites at the same time. I thought that I'd be able to jump in here, have that 15 minutes to be able to send this stuff out. No, 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 not the case. Not the case. You it's like trying to catch up and get used to stuff. It's funny. You're not on here for a while, and it's like your brain forgets how to work. What is up with this? Let me go back. Okay, that's odd. Go here. We go here. Boom. Boom. Sorry if I'm not saying anything to your comments at the second. I'm actually just throwing out to people my live stream. And now I just got to find Lord Starscream's email real quick. There it is. Look at me again. Boom. And if y'all are waiting in the back room, I am sorry. I am trying to get back. There we go. On the road listening. Cool. And so to you guys, check the ones that's in the chat. Y'all can check your emails if you want to, and you can jump in if you want to. I sent the link out. I've been playing around with that for a while to get used to doing that instead of putting it into the description. So yeah, we've worked things out. Let's go for 8 hours. I don't know. I'm thinking. But yeah, but yeah, y'all can jump in. I think I sent y'all the links. Family and I, we've been dealing with some things, and it's one of the reasons why I tell people to be very, very, very careful. Um, I didn't get one. You didn't get one? Wait a second. I thought I sent you one. Did I not send you one? Yeah. Now I'm going to tell you, it's not a new email. It's going to be an email that you sent to me, and it's going to say Autocorrect Primer has responded. If you see that, that's the thing. Nikki's going to make it where I have the ones that I want, their emails will be together, and all I have to do is send the links out that way. Got to find my headset. Hello, my man.
Hey, man. How you doing?
Doing good. Doing better. Having a try to get back into the the things. Let me see. Okay. Now, input and Crimson, Cato. I didn't because Larkin said he was on the road. So, but yeah, I sent out those emails that has the link. So, thank you. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Aloha.
Hello. Hey, guys.
I
I'm good. I just got out of the shower. So, you know,
So 3 minutes of bliss then.
of Alexa Bliss, yes.
I could agree with that a whole bunch as I can.
Solomon says send the link or link the video in his Discord.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Look at me trying to multitask. Well, we have done some things. What's that, Lord Starstream?
Let me go reset my audio real quick. I can't hear input. Give me a minute, man.
Okay. Now we've done some things to protect ourselves and to protect others that come onto the stream. So there are some things that's going to be changed. So let me. Oh shit! Oh, here we go. Share and go to Discord. Look at me trying to multi. I'm doing it on my phone, by the way.
Hey,
I know, right? You could you could thank my my nieces for this. We went and saw them, and they were like, "We've been what we what?" First of all, they were like, "What happened to all your videos?" And I was like, "Well, you know what happened to y'all." They were like, "Yeah." I said I took them all down because of that, and they were like, and my youngest niece is like, "Why does it take you so long when you're on there trying to send out a link? You could do that really quick on your phone." And I was like, "Really?" So she was like, so she did. She showed me, and that's what I'm doing right now. Hey, look at me. And I just did that. There we go. Look at me. Hey, there's Lord Starscream. Welcome back, Lord Starscream. Look at those beautiful mugs. Thank you, Crimson. I don't know where my mug is that I can show off though. But hey, I do appreciate it. So what is new with you guys? This is something that I think that Nikki and I are going to do Fridays. We're going to do flashback Fridays. We're going to go back to doing those. We're going to do those live, and we're going to be showing off a lot of the G1 figures that we have, and Ninja Turtles, He-Man, the whole enchilada. We're going to do the whole flashback Fridays. We've done some things, and with the help of YouTube, we've done some things that to not only protect us, but also protect y'all who are on this the platform and stuff. So we did some things with YouTube, and that's one of the reasons why we were not up for a while. So but yeah, it's I'm glad it's back up. I did get in the manga volume 1, the Transformers. I know, man. Isn't that awesome?
Oh, yeah.
I had put it down. I started reading it.
I'm on. I made it to chapter 4 today. I got it in yesterday. I haven't really been able to read it or anything, but I got to chapter 4 today. It's very Japanese.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There is some of the translation that kind of goes, "Oh, what are you trying to imply here?" But it is a great read. The artwork is just beautiful.
Yeah, I found a picture I was going to show. I wanted to show right here of Trypticon. I think this is super cool. Like, just a really cool design for Trypticon. Oh, I haven't been on StreamYard in a while either. I forget everything's backwards. So like right here, like he's got these double horns and stuff up top, and he's got these like 4 fangs for teeth and stuff, and the curvature of his mouth, and how his bottom jaw is shorter than his upper jaw and stuff. I just think it's a really cool design for Trypticon. And it looks like everything else is the same for the most part. I mean, he doesn't have the shoulder towers, or no, he does. They're folded back. But yeah, I mean, it looks like everything else is the same, but his head design, I think, is really, really cool.
I did too, man. I was looking at and I love the designs in the back, and Nikki was all excited about that. She was like, oh, and I was like, and she's like, that's something she loves. And she was so happy they put it into the book that they showed the sketching, they showed the coloring, they showed the, what they had to go by for each book. Oh yeah, Hot Rod, man. And I was like, and told Nikki, I said, look, Cup is beside Hot Rod. That's like the best page in the book, except for it has Blur down there. It's okay, but
he's blue. Cup is blue.
I know. Blue. I know. Cup is blue. I was like, yeah. But yeah, I was like, man, this thing is so good. I'm so happy it came in. I was surprised when it came in. I actually forgot that I had even pre-ordered it, and I was watching Ramos Primal his video, and he had his in. I was like, oh shoot, man. I wonder when mine's going to come in. And then we had a knock at the door, and it was like, while I was watching his video came in, and Nikki was like, this is creepy. This is really creepy. Because the box came in, and I opened it up, and it was inside. I had pillows with mine. You didn't have pillows with yours.
I didn't have. I picked up to see mine got left outside on the porch, and I didn't get a notification. I didn't get anything from Amazon. I didn't get a doorbell ring. I didn't get a knock. I didn't get any of that stuff. And I just walked outside and there it was in the box. I pick up the box. You could hear it flopping around inside. I was like, man, this fucking Amazon. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. I'm surprised it was in a box, to be honest. I mean, knowing Amazon, it could have been in a bubbler or something.
I actually thought that's how it was going to come in.
Yeah. No, Crimson, his head, the forehead gun isn't folded down. He's got like 2 like devil horns. So I'm almost seeing that today. I really wanted. I was like right there to pull the trigger to buy a Trypticon from Big Bad Toy Store and remold the head on that Titan class Trypticon. I was like, no, that's too much.
It's never too much. It's we were looking and making sure we got all our pre-orders and stuff together, and we were like, oh wow, I got 2 thumbs downs and 1 thumbs up. I must be doing good.
Oh yeah, baby girl.
Yeah.
You know, you can thumb up your own videos. You can counteract that. You can make it 2 for 2.
Make it 2 for 2. Let me see. Let's do it. Oh, I got 2 already. Let me do a 3. There we go. Thank you. Gotta love my trolls. Gotta love them. I'm glad I found the channel, and y'all can have fun with it. But yeah, it's interesting that we're going to get that. I hope we get more. I hope that that's not going to be the only one they have coming out.
No, they've got up to volume 3. Volume 3 goes up to I was asking this on the Slag podcast Discord, but volume 3 goes up to the end of Zone, and that's it. So we're gonna get all of Japanese G1 manga that basically from the 80s to the early 90s, so say about like 94, 93, whatever it was when Zone came out. But yeah, volume 3 is already up for pre-order. Volume 2 is up for pre-order on Amazon right now.
Do that now then.
Yeah. Now I was really hoping that we would get like maybe a volume 4 if this sells really well, because there's a Beast Wars manga, there's the Legend comics I'd like to
there's
see.
Armada too.
Huh?
Isn't there an Armada?
I don't know if there's an Armada manga. I know there's the Dreamwave comic. But there's the Legend comics. I'm just saying, like, if this sells really well, hopefully it doesn't have to be a volume 4 for the manga. It could be like a Beast Wars manga or the Legend comics, or something like that. Because the manga didn't stop, if that makes sense. Like,
it does.
Like Zone ended that era of manga, but there's other Transformer mangas that I think would be really cool.
That's what I was talking about. I would love for all of it just to keep on coming out. Because when you really see it. Oh, wait, back room. Sorry, Crimson. Hey, man, how you doing, brother?
What up? I was just listening.
Yeah, you're like a little raptor. You're waiting and waiting for you. That's awesome. I would love for them just to keep it coming out. I hope that it keeps selling. I mean, because there's so much, and even though this is very Japanese and it is very old Japanese manga, it still holds up to time. I mean, it's like when you're going there, it's like you're just picking up and just moving to Japan, Yeah.
And what's cool is Slag Podcast. He did a video today talking about how well this is translated, how much love was put into it, how they changed the names for the American audiences to be their American names. That's obvious if you read it, right? But
and that's smart for the market they're in.
Right. I mean, that's super smart. But he said that's really the only change that they made, were just the names. They didn't change what they say. They didn't change. They didn't take out their super attacks, right? Like when they scream out their super attacks and stuff. But he did a really cool
power punch.
He did
when you see my review of Optimus Prime, I actually throw that in there.
Which Optimus Prime did you review?
It should be up tomorrow. I think is when it's going to be up. But I did the Optimus Prime from the Cyberverse Deluxe class.
Okay.
But I did that where I had the blast coming out of his chest.
Copycat.
Big cardboard.
How
He
dare
was
you
trying to make
steal
a big. He was trying to make a big bloosh.
right?
A bloosh. You'll hear Nikki say that in the background too. She says, "Bloosh." I'm like, what are you doing? Oh man. But yeah, it's but my stupid blast effects won't stay together. They keep popping, keep falling off every time. The end of it will not stay back. After I took it apart and try to get it back together, I don't know. It just falls off. It's just boop. So
Yeah, I'm kind of with you there because this Matrix, this little 5mm port I showed in that Earthrise Optimus Prime review that I did, it doesn't hold the blast effects very well either. So I don't know. I think it might be because it's the clear plastic, but Larkin says he's hoping for the Beast Wars manga and the Legends manga.
oh yes.
I'm right there with you, Larkin. 100%, buddy.
I am too. I'm gonna be honest. I never thought we would ever get any of those from at any time from that line. I really didn't. I didn't think the manga would ever make it here because typically with manga, it usually shows up in the U.S. like maybe sometime. They're getting better at it, but it used to be like 5 or 6 years behind when it came out. They've gotten a lot better where they're getting to like a year after the stuff is released there that it starts to show up here. But I was very surprised. I hope that they stick with it. I hope Hasbro puts into it because right now, and this is one thing I was wanting to talk to y'all about. It looks to be that we will no longer have DC Comics, the publishing house.
Why?
AOL said that their sales were too down when they fired Dan Didio. They were looking at
Fuck AOL, man.
What was
Language.
that's why I made 18 or older, damn it.
My bad.
Hey, your thing says 13 or up.
Does it?
Hey, whatever. Whatever.
It says YT13.
Hey, man, I went to middle
Nikki
school.
made me.
I went to middle school, okay? Like there's some of the stuff that gets said by middle schoolers you don't even want to regurgitate, okay?
Yeah,
So-
That's true.
I
That's
was
true.
a teacher.
But the
in middle
description
school.
does say 18 and up, so there is that. KCP.
Thank you, Crimson Man. I put up the wrong. Nikki made that one, and I was like, no, it's got to be 18 or older. And I put up the wrong one. She's gonna laugh her ass off because she made it for me really quick. Because I was like, it's only 13. What are you doing with 13? I want 18, please, please, please. And she was like, fine.
Well, even so, like I think 18 isn't live streams. Aren't they stuck at 18 and up to watch or something? Or
I
is it
thought
just,
so.
or can they listen? I thought it was
I don't
something
know.
like to watch and listen. You got to be 18 on YouTube on
I
live
don't know.
streams because anything could happen.
Real quick, ACP. I'm
Yeah.
looking at your new logo that you posted in the Discord, bro. You don't
Yeah.
have any pants on.
And that's why it will be colored. Nikki
Man, I
looked
gotta
at
go
it.
see
And she,
this.
Nikki looked at it and she said, "Why you just got a shirt on? And why is there a big penis behind your head?" And I was like, "What?" I was like,
Oh
"What?"
yeah, there is no pants there, is there? Because
And I
you
was
don't see
like-
socks or the.
I don't see nothing. I gotta go back and fix it. But Nikki looked at it. She says, her exact. I took I sent it to her through email so she can work on it. She says, "What the hell? Where you're not? Why is there no pants? He's got a big penis behind him." I was like, "He doesn't have a big penis behind him." And she was like, "Yes, he does." And she points out the spaceship, and she's like, and I said, and then she says, "And look at Castle Grayskull with a big penis back there. His mouth is wide open. What were you thinking?"
And there's a one-eyed snake too.
ACP just went full on Disney.
Oh.
Look at this stuff. Isn't
Oh,
it
God.
neat?
Oh man, Lord have mercy.
What was the shuttle though? Is that the GI Joe Defiant, or I couldn't read what
Yeah.
was to the right of it?
Yeah, it was the GI Joe Defiant is what I was doing, and I was writing the little letters on the side of it so that it wouldn't be their actual copyrighted thing. So, and Nikki's going to change the color of Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain also when she does it. But yeah, I'm now looking at the picture. I don't know what I was thinking when I drew that today.
Yeah, I don't know what you were thinking either.
And there's a big sun behind me, and I'm all smiles too.
Yep.
That could be your style, right? Like you could just tuck in your pants into your shoes. Like, I think that's a thing.
I should have put a bucket in that picture then.
Should have. You totally should have. And at the bottom have like a little mute mic button, little like
Yes.
logo or whatever.
Oh my god. Yeah, but Larkin says AOL is awesome. They send me so many free coasters back.
Oh yeah, dude, we use them as frisbees.
Right?
Yeah.
Hey, Collector, welcome in, man.
Welcome. But man, it seeing what they came out and said, I was
So what happens? So basically, let me get this straight. AOL buys Warner Brothers.
yes.
And then they're like, okay, so what can we do to immediately get some cash flow back because we spent too much money than what we should have? So let's ixnay fucking DC Comics?
Yes. So what it looks like and what is happening is that the first stage was the firing of Dan Didio, and then taking Jim Lee. Now has no real title. He's like in limbo because there's a contract with him because they bought Wildstorm. So he's now even in limbo. And you can actually go to his YouTube video. He was doing an artwork saying just recently going, I don't really know what my function is anymore with DC. And so there are some writers that's going to be coming in and writing out stories to finish out, I guess, some story arcs. But AOL has looked at it and they said, okay, the floppy comics are not making money. Why are we pumping so much money into this comics when we've got the characters, we got movies, we got TV shows, we've got cartoons, we've got everything out there, and now we've converted DC to DC Nation on their website so that you can get streaming of those characters, the Titans and other ones you're going to get through streaming. And they're like, why are we pumping money into this field in which it is not being productive? Now, the thing is that DC Comics was being very productive till about 5 years ago, and they just been going downhill ever since. And the reason why is that they've lost the rudder of their ship must have fell off, and they just are going out there in limbo and don't know what to do. So the last hurrah you're going to see, and this is what has been agreed to, AOL has said, okay, we're going to give you till the fourth quarter, and we've got to see that in some shape, form, or fashion that you'll be able to be productive. You've got to make up this 10% loss that we have received already with having you as a property, and 10% to some people will be like, that's only 10%, but to a business like that, that's
significant to a business.
Well, okay, so it's DC as a whole, right? So that includes their TV stuff, their movies, and all that stuff, right?
And what it means for publishing house, just a DC publishing house, such as
so just the comics side of it.
Yes.
Okay.
Just the comics.
I honestly, man, I wouldn't even, if it was me, I wouldn't know where to begin. Like, that would be my hands being thrown in the air, but like, I don't know. Just, I mean,
they make a lot of money on the trades though, right?
And that is the thing, that they make money on the trades, but they make money on their subscriber list where you can buy in and you just read the comic books online. To come to find out, the new stuff has not made any money online. By the ratio of how much is going out, stuff that's actually making money on the online side of it, where you can read the comics online, is stuff that is back in the 90s and older. Those backlogs are what's making money. And
because It's because
But-
it's that second DC universe. When they rebooted with the New 52, that was the worst thing that they could have done because it killed so many storylines. I
Yes.
stopped reading DC comics because the only book that I kept reading was the Green Lantern and the Green Lantern Corps because that was a continuation of the Green Lantern books from the second universe that they created. Everything else, I gave a chance to some things, like the Grifter comic. I tried. I couldn't do it. The Batman book, couldn't do it. But you can't reboot something like that just halfway through something and just to bring in new readership.
Yeah.
They lost.
And that's what they're now recognizing. I mean, I had a friend that wrote on the Green Lantern books, and you know, he was like, they told me the story keeps going, but it doesn't match up. I got to make it where it matches up to the New 52, and that became problematic, even for him as a writer, because you're saying, well, you know, okay, we had the Celestial War, we had all this stuff. Okay, how old is the universe? Well, the universe is only 5 years old. All this shit happened in 5 years since we knew about the Green Lanterns, and that kind of threw everything off because in that reboot, Green Lantern sales were the highest the Green Lantern had ever been.
Yep.
And they had, you know, and even brought Nikki into loving the Green Lantern, and you had the Rainbow Rings, which had their own backstory or stuff that was going on. Then they do this soft reboot, or I call it a reboot. They sit there and say, okay, we're going to keep this going because sales are fine with it, but we're going to reboot everything else to try and get new readers in. And what they fail to realize is that you just ended story arcs for your old readers, and they're now seeing that. They're now feeling that. See, Marvel, a lot of people are like, even in the industry, is going, how is it that Marvel's staying afloat? Why is Marvel not? They're the ones that's really causing the problem for the industry in the first place, because they have all these incentive covers and everything, and they force the retailers to buy an X amount a month of their books so they can get a discount on them. So you got retailers that are comic stores that are faltering and dying because of Marvel, and who's getting the punishment? DC's getting the punishment because their sales are now down 10%. And so when that happened, and you have AOL coming in, is saying, we didn't buy a publishing house. We bought the characters, we bought the properties, we didn't buy anything, because why would we be a publishing house when our whole thing is dealing with the internet, dealing with, you know, computers and all that? And so that's one of the reasons why they have till the fourth quarter. You will be seeing a whole bunch of push of these little mangas that's going to be coming out. It's supposed to be like the early stories of Batman, the early stories of Wonder Woman, early stories of a Green Lantern. They're going to have Zatanna, so they're going to be throwing out all these mangas that's going to be based off the younger version of these characters. DC then is going to put out graphic novels and certain comic books under their Black label, and that will be for your old fans, kind of giving you stories that would have been carried over from the old universe and newer stories from that. And then they're going to essentially again reboot the universe, and it's going to it's going to be the final nail in the coffin. I don't think their sales are going to go up with them rebooting their universe again.
So here's the problem with them doing that. First of all, if you have a Batman story that takes place in the second universe, post Infinity, right? You're going to have or Identity Crisis or Infinite Crisis, post Infinite Crisis. If you have a universe and somebody wants to read that Batman comic, and then Robin is now, I don't know, pick somebody, Dick Grayson again, or whatever, but it's taking place, and Two-Face has that design, right? You're gonna get confused readers first of all, and then that might even say, okay, hey, I want to pick up Batman. Great, you pick up Batman. That story takes place in post Infinite Crisis. Then you pick up Detective Comics, whatever it is. And because you were so into that Batman story, and then now you pick up Detective Comics. Great. Okay, cool. But now Detective Comics takes place in the New 52. So now the reader's confused, because isn't this supposed to be another Batman book? So now it's all over the place. And I'll say this. What got me interested, and this goes for Marvel, this goes for Image, this goes for Dark Horse, this goes for comics in general, especially back in the day, because now it feels more like a cash grab when they do this. Where were the teams? When they did All-Star Batman and Robin, what pulled me into it was the team they announced for it.
Yes.
Jim Lee and Frank Miller was doing that book. Holy crap. Am I on board for that 100%? You damn right I am. And that's what got me. When they said Mark Bagley and Bendis were going to do Ultimate Spider-Man, hands down, I'm in for that. Hell yeah. Bendis is writing a Spider-Man book. First of all, you got my attention. But Mark Bagley's drawing it, the greatest Spider-Man artist ever. Yes. Now you've really got my attention. So that's what you have to do. You have to grab readers' attention with some form or fashion, somehow grab their attention. And that's what grabbed my attention all the time were the teams.
Yes.
All the time.
And that's the thing that you're not going to see. That's one thing with Marvel. As you were saying this, all the ones you were talking about is DC. Marvel's not going to do this, and this is the reason why Marvel will not put big names and a big artist together. They've never recovered from the walking away from Image Comics, the foundation of Image Comics, because Marvel got hit really hard with that to the point they became bankrupt. And that was all because of those artists walking away. So Marvel tried to band-aid everything, and now they're just getting writers that write blogs or vlogs, and that's the type of story arcs that they're getting now. DC is going to put name artists and name writers on the Black Series.
Yeah.
The problem with that is that you're going to ask your longtime fans to fork out $5 to $8 a book.
Marvel's already doing that. Marvel 1000, which by the way, Marvel Comics 1000 was a what? Continuation of what? Their 1000th book? Well, man, I would argue that you hit that milestone way, way back in the day. But that book was $10. For one single one shot, a $10 comic book, that's half a trade paperback.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Go ahead, Crimson.
No, I was saying so here's the so I get like the floppy comic books, right? Like, you know, your normal comic books that nobody's buying those because there's very select places where you can get them. They're not available everywhere. But there's a lot of people I know that read comic books, but they don't buy the floppy comics like they used to back in the day. But they wanted a whole story. They wanted an arc, right? Like a story arc. And not an Autobot arc. That's how I said that. But anyway, they wait to the trades. So I'm like, well, if you're waiting to the trades, because the way I thought it used to work, and I know it probably doesn't work this way anymore, but what I thought the way it used to work is that those comics, like if you bought them individually, that showed popularity, and then publishers were like, okay, that's popular, we're going to reprint them, right, in a trade, and then we'll add some concept art, something like that, give an incentive. Now they don't even do that anymore. They just print out the trade, and they don't put the effort into the actual little comics, except for having like 60 billion different covers that nobody's going to collect them all. So exactly. It seems to be that's the focus is on the trades. But if you take away those bi-weekly or monthly comics, you lose interest. Like that helps generate the interest, right?
Well,
so I mean that's how I thought it worked.
Well, and here's the other thing. Here, you know, to build upon all that, right? Like Image and Dark Horse aren't owned by anybody. They own themselves, right? Like as a company, Dark Horse is Dark Horse. If you wanted to buy stock in Dark Horse, you would go to the stock exchange and buy stock in Dark Horse, right? Like you wouldn't buy stock in Disney to get stock in Marvel kind of thing, I guess, right? So they're their own company. Image, their own company, and they're not having the problems that Marvel and DC have been having. So what's going on there? Well, they're not abandoning longtime readers. Spawn just hit over 300 issues, right?
Wow.
Walking Dead hit, God, what? I don't even remember at this point. Walking Dead's been around for so long. Dark Horse releases and publishes manga, and that's kind of given them another cash flow and everything. So what's going on with those two companies that Marvel and DC can't do? Oh, I think it's maybe because they're owned by conglomerates that want more money than what they can understand a comic book company can generate.
Right.
When you've got 40 number ones, right? And it's the same comic, just 40 different covers. I don't want 40 issue number ones taking up half a mini box, right? I want my one issue of Deadpool with the most kick-ass cover that I can find, and that's it. And for the most part, most of the time, people don't care about the covers because they just throw it in their box when they get home after they're done reading it, and then they forgot they had it for 10 years down the line, and they're like, oh yeah, issue 275 was a good book, right? So that's all it is. Like, if you cut the printing cost, if you stop printing so many covers, you can cut the printing cost by half, right? And then stop introducing all these characters and then giving those characters their own books, and then making those characters, when they start off as interesting characters, carbon copies of characters that you already have. Case in point, Gwenpool. Done.
Yes.
She was her own character. She was different than Deadpool, but now what does she do? She's Deadpool in pink.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, the same thing is like, and I want to welcome Collector 74 and you're welcome, guys. The problem, though, is that there is a comic book company that's out there that actually has their floppies that are actually in grocery stores, that are actually in bookstores, and that is Alterna Comics. Now, Alterna Comics has their comic books in big retail stores and even at Walmart and other places. Even for a while, even Toys R Us carried their product. Now, the thing is that you sit there and you look at them as a publisher, you're like, how in the world are you able to charge only $1.50 an issue? Or even 99 cents an issue? And that is their average rate for their floppies. And I got to actually speak to the guy that runs it. The reason why is that now newsprint is the cheapest, completely cheap to do. And, and they're like, why go to something that's, we want the stories to get out there. Yeah, we'll put trades out later. But they get the story, someone's going to go by and say, oh, yeah, I can afford $1. I can afford $1.50. The reason why is because it's and with it being published on newsprint, I love it. I actually invest with them. And I love when it comes in, I get my pack in the mail. It's got that old comic book store smell because it's the newsprint. The problem is that here's the excuse that Marvel and DC give. People will not buy newsprint issues. They're so used to this glossy covers and stuff like that. And Alterna, and even Dark Horse is starting to do this. Dark Horse is going to have some issues that's going to come out that's going to be on newsprint also, and they're going to have the price to be cut. I think they're going to make theirs where they're only going to be like $1.99 an issue. But they're seeing the thing down the road. The problem, though, is that you got IDW. IDW is a perfect case to show what has happened with Marvel and DC. Marvel and DC got bought by these mega companies for the characters. IDW is trying to be like Marvel and DC, to be on that level, to have TV shows, to have things that they have from their comic book company to be pushed out there, like Wyatt Earp and the other ones. And now they're $29.4 million in debt.
Well, the problem with IDW is this. Name 4 comics that they do off the top of your head. I mean, really easily off the top of your head of their own characters. Like, that's not Transformers, it's not Jim, that's not whatever, right? That's their own properties. Go for it. Nothing.
I can't.
Right?
I got nothing.
That's
I only think of licensed properties.
Right. Like, that's a problem, I would think. That's a huge problem.
The only thing I can think of is they have Lock and Key and they have Wyatt Earp. But those are outside properties that's being published by them. But they're owned by IDW, which I was surprised by.
Well, and Lock and Key just got a show, which I love the show. I think the show is really, really good, but there's a lot of people who don't like the show. The show's hasn't been very well I mean, it's like a 50-50 kind of split. But I think Larkin hit a really big nail on the head too. Is earlier he said that it's written by Marvel and DC or have a bunch of SJW writers, and that's a huge problem. But I will go even further beyond, right? And go and say that one of the problems is that with Marvel and DC, you have a huge disconnect. You get the president, or not president, you get like one of the head writers or vice president or whatever at Marvel getting on Twitter, talking about, well, if you voted for Trump, don't read our comics. F you if you vote for Trump, and F you if you vote for this. And it's like, bro, now like you just half your fan base gone, 50% gone, right? And Marvel or Disney or whoever who should be over that, right? Don't rein people in like that. Like, why would you allow a writer and then not publicly denounce the writer or fire him or something to show that, hey, we don't stand with this guy? Because when you don't, when that person doesn't get repercussions, guess what happens? It shows that you are standing with that person's point of view and his opinion. Right. So go ahead.
Yeah. No, and you're hitting you're hitting really good nails on the head right there. But, and also to add to that, what is also happening is you're having this disconnect. You used to have editors that would rein in your artists, that would rein in your writers. Mm-hmm. That's what an editor was supposed to do. What people don't realize is that Marvel does not have editors anymore. They may put that inside their comics and say this person's an editor. No, they're not really an editor. What they are is to make sure that the page count and everything matches up accordingly.
Make sure a deadline is made.
Right. Yes, exactly. And that's it. They're not actually editing. They're not going through the stories. They're not reading the stories first and editing things out like they used to. And they're letting the writers have free reign. And then also you're having them try to push characters on people that no one really gives a damn about. And now DC, for some reason, has just hired this writer that came from Marvel. She was writing She-Hulk. And by the end of the She-Hulk run, she pretty much made She-Hulk into the Hulk, dumb, the old Hulk, where he was not most intelligent, just big and buffy, and you couldn't tell if she's a girl or a guy. Well, she's going to be writing Wonder Woman. And she came out a couple of days back, and immediately she's dogging the readers in comics, and DC's just hired her. And I was like, did you not know that's what she did when she was at Marvel? Now she's doing it with Wonder Woman. You're essentially taking her from her running a character to the ground, a very intelligent female character that was a lawyer, for crying out loud.
Yeah, right.
That that had been at the Supreme Court in her stories. That was actually dynamic, and you write her into this stupid brute that made no sense at all to do this to her, and then you're going to go to Wonder Woman and you're already dogging the readers.
Well, and basically one of the biggest problem with this is, so here locally there was a comic book. I don't remember who it was.
Hey, Triple R. Sorry, I was going to say, wait. Hey, Triple R. Hey, chicken fried steak. You're going to make me hungry again. And make sure me listen. Welcome, guys. If I miss anybody, I'm sorry. Just pop up and say, hey, you didn't say hey to me, and I'll say, hey.
So basically she goes up to the comic book store, and it's a meet and greet, it's a signing and all this other stuff, right? And she goes on this tangent that nobody there at the comic, like at Marvel, cares for you at all whatsoever, right? They don't care about your ideas or whatever. They just want you to write the book that they give you. And then she goes on to say that she's just doing this as a writing credit so she can get into Hollywood.
Yes.
Well, that's a huge issue. Like if you're not in it for the love of the story, for the love of the Jesus Christ, I love She-Hulk. I would love to write She-Hulk and take her back to the 80s She-Hulk where she's talking trash and breaking the fourth wall every chance that she gets. I would love to write that. Okay. But every writer that shows up is just looking for a Hollywood credit now. They're not in it for the comic books. They're in it for, I guess, what the nerd credit, so to speak?
No. It's a blue list. It's called a blue label. And what you have to do to become union, you've got to prove that you've worked on projects with a company. It's just like anyone that's going to go and say, hey, I want to write a story for this character, but yet you've had nothing published. They won't look at you. If you have something published, that means that you're on the blue list. Essentially, an independent publisher, looked at your stuff and saw that it was good enough to publish, and they published it. But what these guys are now doing, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, STP. No, I'm saying so it's kind of like, when you have like certifications for this or that on your resume, like a job, like they don't care about that stuff. They just want to see that you finished and accomplished something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And with that becomes problematic, extremely problematic, because what we're now seeing is we had comic book artists and writers back in the 90s left Marvel, and then they became multimillionaires overnight just by the selling of their very first issue of comic books, which was unheard of, never had happened before, because the reason why is that Marvel was very tight on what it gave money out to its artists. The same thing with DC. Now what's happened instead of coming up with your own good story and go to Image and have them publish it, because a lot of people don't realize this. Image will actually publish your work if you pay for their logo. It's $2,000. You pay for their logo. They'll let it go up there, and they will also publish your book and do that for you. I had a friend that did it, and I was like, and he was like, it got my name recognition. I got to do stuff for Marvel, and I only got to do that for a little bit of a ride, and then I got out because it was just too crazy. But yet it gave him his writing. He got his writing gig and started writing other books. But with this, you're now having these people that are coming out of the college looking to immediately get on into a TV show or and what they're now realize is that back in the day, if you were published in a newspaper, that counted. Well, newspapers have essentially died. So a lot of those old stories and all, that they would have, or even these lessons they used to put in the back of some newspapers, are gone. So now what's happened is the comic book industry has now been what the newspapers used to be. That's what the comic book industry has become. The problem is that you're also having the ideology, which should never, ever happen in comics. What you believe, what you think. I'm a Christian. On my own book, can I put that in there? Absolutely. It's because it's my book. It's my characters. But when I'm doing a property that I don't own, I need to stay in the perimeters of what that industry or that character is, because it's not my character.
Well, it's not only that character has its own character. It's its own being. Iron Man, Tony Stark, is a douchebag, right?
Mm-hmm.
He should never be written as a uberly nice guy, an overly welcome, kind person. And when he is, you destroy that character. Wolverine should never be the sweetest man walking God's green earth, right? He should be a gray area. He should be angry. He should be Wolverine, right?
Yes.
But when you make him that nice guy, it destroys the character.
And when you start doing characters like that and you start carbon copying them and you're making a female version of the male version. Now, X-23 was a great character. She was her own character. She never should have been called Wolverine. She should never wear the costume of Wolverine. She should have stayed as X-23. Now that's what you're getting. You're getting, oh, here's Spider-Man. Oh, here's a Spider-Man, but it's a female. And it's not, that character's not different. The character is just a carbon copy, just female version. You're getting this now even with Iron Man. You're getting Rescue.
Ironheart.
Yeah, an Ironheart. You got the amazing Mary Jane. Sorry, I just don't see that drawing people in.
Well, the Amazing Mary Jane, I feel like is a nod back to a Spectacular Spider-Man where she wore the costume. I think somebody saw that picture and was like, oh, there was a story arc where she was Spider-Man, and then now there's a comic book about the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So, but Spider-Man within itself is a mixed bag ever since was it Brand New Day, right?
Okay,
So, but yeah, but you're absolutely right in the sense that don't make new characters, right? Don't make carbon copies of the same characters you already have, and do it that way. Yeah, no, X-23 should have never been Wolverine. She never had that title. If they gave her a suit, I mean, because that's not the first time she wore a Wolverine suit. When she first debuted, she wore Wolverine's old
Oh,
the skull necklace, whatever suit that was. She first popped up with that suit on. So her wearing a Wolverine suit is nothing new, but she should never have had that title ever. It's just like when what's her name? Katie I want to say Katie Morgan became Hawkeye, or whatever. The female Hawkeye, right?
Yeah, I can't remember her name right
Katie
now.
something or other.
Was that his daughter?
No, she
No.
came from Young Avengers.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When they,
I was trying to think of the one that like became like a crime lord in one of the time streams or something with Old Man Logan. Must be getting that confused with something else.
Yeah, that a story with him, Hawkeye being blind, and Old Man Logan, and that. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, those are two separate ones.
Yeah. After Young Avengers, she joined the Avengers and became Hawkeye. Her name's Katie something. Damn it, I don't remember her last name. But yeah, like I feel like those are, the only, I guess, like two exceptions where for me where I'm kind of like they shouldn't have that name, but because they're on a team where that name is part of that team, like Hawkeye is an Avenger, right? Wolverine's an X-Man, so that feeling you kind of have to be there, I guess, not from a writer standpoint, but from like a team morale standpoint, right?
Well, see, when they did the Hawkeye, the cool thing with Hawkeye though is that they kept Hawkeye and her together.
Yeah.
That's why that worked. That's why you were seeing the passing of a torch. That's an actual. I love the Hawkeye the book. I love how he was in it, and it was like he was turning this over to her. They had a lot of headbutting, but yeah, that's an exception. That's a case where the character is her own character, and she doesn't have a name. She just has her regular name, and then she's being trained by that guy or that girl that gives that name to them.
Right. And the reason why I like it as a team, or like a team name, is because it's kind of like it's like that name's affiliated with that team, so anybody could be that person as long as they feel that requirement. Hawkeye's an archer, right? He can't miss. Well, if you want to be Hawkeye and Clint is dead, then you can't miss, right? So it gives you like a reason to kind of step up your game. Same thing with like Captain America. Well, that's getting kind of touchy, but maybe even Iron Man still getting kind of touchy, right? But if you want to fill those shoes, then step up and fill those shoes. But you have to be just as good, if not better, than the old version, right? So that's like Hawkeye, I'm okay with. Wolverine, I'm okay with, but not to the same degree as Hawkeye. Like Yellow Ranger, right? Yeah, exactly. And I think it's cool, but like when you get the same character, case in point, when a character is done correctly, Miles Morales.
Yes.
He has the same damn origin story as Peter Parker. Jesus Christ, right? But so does the Flash, right?
Mm-hmm.
Flash, first Flash, or I guess second Flash and third Flash have the same origin story.
Yeah,
right?
Barry and Wally have the same. Yeah.
Exactly. So, okay, but they're both phenomenal characters in their own right, and they're their own character. They have their own powers, or in the case of the Flash, Barry and Wally mastered the powers differently. They came up with different ideas of what they could do with the powers and stuff. That's done right. That's done correctly. You are Ironheart and Iron Man. Not so much, man. That's not done very well at all.
You got to look at this too. We're now seeing this taking place into the movies. the guy that plays Black Panther is not going to be Black Panther in the second movie.
Why?
Well, it's going to be the girl that was the really tech girl that all of a sudden knew how to do the.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay.
She's going to be the new Black Panther, and the
The
actor,
younger, yeah, Siri. Is it Siri or not Siri? Yeah, I'm trying to remember what her name is.
I've been racking my brain. I should have looked it up, but she
Well, that's
is-
because isn't he playing Blade now? The guy who played Black Panther is playing Blade. Okay.
no. What
Somebody
happened?
Somebody from Black Panther is playing Blade, right?
No, somebody that was from Luke Cage Netflix
Ah.
show is playing Blade, and I'm a big Blade fan. I'm a humongous Blade fan. I've got his first appearance. I've got nearly all of his appearances in comics. He's just one of my favorite characters from Marvel. The problem I'm seeing with this story arc they're coming out with him is he's going to be a Muslim. And I'm like, but Blade didn't have a religion.
Yeah, that's the
Blade-
whole the whole
That was
idea.
that I was like, that's what drew me to him as a character, because I was like, okay, he's like, screw it, I'm a daywalker and I want to make sure I kill vampires and make sure they don't pass on. And he never used any of the folklore ever that went along. He did it, himself. And now they're going to have him a Muslim, and then you're going to have the Black Panther be the female. And here's the thing and here's the reason why. The actor that plays Black Panther is extremely pissed off. He's actually trying to find ways to get out of his contract, so that it's not that he has any issues with the actress or the people who are going to be playing. He has issues with the story, because why would you introduce him? And he's even said this: you introduced me in Civil War. You had me in this movie. I was in this movie. I played this character. Then you had me disappear, and I wasn't a part of the end game because you said you were going to do something bigger with my character by the second movie, and I was going to be able to make the same length. He wanted to make the same length that Robert Downey Jr. did with Iron Man. He really wanted to do that with Black Panther, and then they
didn't know though that Black Panther was going to be that big of a deal. Like, they didn't know it was going to blow the box office doors off of it. They thought they'd make money on it, but they didn't think they'd make that much money off it. And
No.
Shuri was Black Panther's little sister. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I found that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that argument is null and void because they didn't know Iron Man would do the same thing.
Yeah.
So.
But they didn't have a second. I mean, they all signed these 3 movie contracts, right? So, but they didn't think that Black Panther was going to make so much money that they were like, oh, we shouldn't make him disappear. He had a 3 movie contract. That contract was up, so he got dusted away.
But the other thing too is that I know a lot of people make the argument and say, okay, well, they didn't expect the Black Panther movie to be a big deal. But if you had talked to comic book people, such as me and a lot of others, and I have his first appearance, he's the one character that was being cried out all the way back whenever we had the Blade movies.
Yeah,
And the Blade
absolutely.
movies did really well. And there was a major, and there was even a petition to get Black Panther to be made during that time, because Black Panther is honest, and I'm not trying to sound, with race or anything, but Black Panther for the African American community is the character they all related to. It was like the first time you've got someone that's smart. He's a king. He's in Africa. He's, he does these things, and he's
Well, the
been
creator-
in the Avengers.
The creator of Black Panther was very much of that belief. He was very, black guy, very pro-black, very, black culture, the whole 9 yards. He was very much involved with that, and he wanted to bring that to the masses. So yeah, I mean, absolutely. And Black Panther is a huge loved character, hugely loved character. And I remember that petition back in the day after I think Blade 2 had come out. And then that's when the petition started to gain ground. Wizard Magazine did a full spread about that petition, and then they even did a casting call. If you guys remember Wizard's casting calls,
the casting call.
Yeah, and they only did that for movies that were what what comic book fans really wanted from a movie. They did it with X-Men, they did it with Spider-Man, they did it with Black Panther, they did it with a Spawn, like a Spawn reboot. They did it with a bunch of movies, but they only did movies that fans wanted and fans were outcrying for. Yeah, but go ahead. I took it over.
No, you're good. And that's the reason why it became such a, in the box office, it became such a, oh my God, wait a second, this is a gold mine for us, you know. And the problem is happening is that you're now getting this point that I don't know why this is the case, because all of a sudden we're in a society that says that we need to have strong female characters. And I'm here to sit there and say, wait a second, we've already had strong female characters.
Absolutely.
You know,
but you're not making a strong female character when you strip the title from a strong male character to give it to a female character.
Yes.
Shuri being Black Panther doesn't make her a strong female character because she shares the title of a strong male character, right? What it does is it hurts the validation of the female character because now she has to live up to that male character. And when she doesn't, it becomes a crappy, terrible character.
Exactly. And the reason why War Machine works is because he was his own character. He was
absolutely.
You know, he actually did in the comic books wear the Iron Man costume for a while. And it was a character that was built up. And for fans seeing him in the movies, it was like, oh man, they really, know their shit. By doing that, but at the same, that's the problem though. The stories that writers are writing for these companies, and this is why DC is the one is. And I was talking to my brother about this, and he was like, "Yeah, DC has always been the forefront of, being edgy and actually going the distance creatively." And now they're paying the price because what's happening is that readers are walking away from Marvel, but they're not just walking away from Marvel; they're walking away from comics.
Absolutely,
completely.
Absolutely. I have not picked up a Marvel book in about 2 years. And it breaks my heart because I'm a huge Spider-Man fan. And I set through everything after Brand New Day for Spider-Man. Right? Like all the new characters that were the same remakes of old characters, Anti-Venom, all that stuff. I read every last issue of that. I read every issue of every Spider-Man book up until a few years ago, and I got to the point I couldn't do it anymore.
And if you read the letter pages in the back, you'll actually read my letters to them.
Sweet, I'll pull them out. What issues, man? I'll pull them out.
I'll text you. I can try to remember which ones they were in. I'll text you that.
Larkin in chat real quick says, "I am Asian. I would be insulted if they made Superman Asian." Yeah, I would be insulted too. Like I would be insulted for you. Like I would be upset for you.
Well,
like what was it? What was the Morales? What was his suit? Yeah, Miles Morales. But what was his suit though? Wasn't it called something different? Or am I thinking Spider-Man 2099?
Spider-Man 2099.
Yeah. Well, like Miles Morales, like him as a character is a good way to introduce that character, right?
Yeah.
And I don't know how the comics worked on it, but like as in into the Spider-Verse movie, I'd watch that, and I was just like, that's kind of cool to have a multiverse of it. I don't know about Spider-Pig because that's a Simpsons reference, but
real quick, I got to say this about that movie because that movie I think is great. But the one thing that not a lot of people notice is Miles Morales is animated at 15 frames a second while Peter Parker is at 30 frames a second. And throughout the movie, Miles Morales gets animated up to 30 frames a second as he becomes more in tune with Spider-Man and he becomes a better Spider-Man.
Yes, he does. Yeah. And the thing is, the story still stays under the umbrella of how Miles became Spider-Man. I mean, it's still, and that's, so when you saw it, and my nieces see it, and they're like, they know I'm a big Spider-Man fan too. And they know I love Miles and they know I love Spider-Man 2099. And then they were like, okay, let's go see the movie with Uncle Derek. And they come out wanting to buy graphic novels of Miles Morales. They want to buy, anything that was dealing with any of his stories. They're digging through my stuff. And, I'm like, that's the way you bring in a new audience. That's how you bring new people in. What's
Optimus Wilbur says, "Let's be honest, Japanese Spider-Man is the best. He is the best because he had a giant robot, man. Peter Parker had a spider buggy. Right? Like, I'd rather have the robot over the spider buggy.
But that spider get caught up on the side of buildings.
Yeah, but a giant robot can smash those buildings.
So one of the things, like, you know, we're talking about that. I've been rereading the old IDW comics, like from Phase 1 and stuff, and realizing I missed out on a lot of comics. There's some good stories, and this is just Phase 1. There's some good stories. I haven't gotten to like the All Hail Megatron and stuff because I'm reading them in quote unquote chronological order, not in the order of publication. And you know, there's some stinkers of stories in there for sure, but I haven't gotten to the part where Drift shows up. But I remember when Autobot Drift showed up, who originally was a Decepticon named Deadlock, joins the Autobot side and drops his guns and gets his swords. Well, I remember there being a lot of ire and a lot of, you know, upset fans with adding in Autobot Drift in it. And if I remember correctly, and you know, if you remember Input or Lord Starscream or ACP, if you guys remember reading those comics around that time or knew of them, that they had a story that was going on, and all of a sudden the story just focused over to Drift. And it was very sudden, and it was very quick, and it made no sense. And later on, you know, now Drift is kind of more well beloved. I mean, he shows up in Cyberverse, like it's super strange, and he's in the Robot in Disguise, you know, series from before in a different iteration. But also that they kind of introduced him in a way that was very ham-handed. And then eventually they created a backstory and kind of filled out kind of all those spots of things they were talking about. And it's just like, why didn't they introduce the character that way? Because that would have made more sense in giving somebody characterization before you start bringing them in or focusing the story toward them. And
I think
that's kind of what these new characters that sounds like DC and the rest of them are Marvel doing, is that they're introducing them ham-handedly and they're not giving them a reason to be there.
Well, not only that, what they're doing, what's causing a lot of ire is like so Peter Parker in the Ultimate Universe dead. Yes. So Miles Morales takes up the mantle, and so now Ultimate Spider-Man is Miles Morales, and it was its own universe. It was its own thing. It was on, you know, that universe can be played with. That universe can be toyed around with. Whatever. Yeah. 2099 universe. Well, Spider-Man 2099, his own character. It's not Peter Parker. So in that universe, you can do whatever with that Spider-Man. You can make him a complete prick if you wanted to. No one would care, right? And then you have your main universe, Peter Parker, that's not touched. He's Peter Parker. He's loved. You know, fans love him, the whole 9 yards. And if you go back to the Clone Saga, Ben Reilly was going to be the original Peter Parker. The problem with that, fans outcried because the main problem was everything from the 70s, 80s, and even the early 90s that happened to Peter Parker, the reason why we fell in love with Peter Parker was not him. So now Ben Reilly being the original Parker from the 60s, okay, well, that's fine, but everything we've grown to love this Peter Parker. So they said, okay, well, Ben Reilly's the clone, not Peter Parker. So they were able to do that. It's like, but every character they keep touching and they keep messing with isn't in their own universe, right? It's one thing to kill Parker in a different universe. It's a whole nother thing to kill Tony Stark in the main universe. Right. And again, like I said earlier, if you're not going to have that character, that replacement character, fill those shoes. Don't even attempt it. Because you're taking away, you're running the risk of, Marvel did it back in the 90s. Did this back in the 90s a lot. Or they did it once and it paid off. The X-Men books. Age of Apocalypse. Every X-Men books got nixed for a year. So they could tell the Age of Apocalypse story. There was no Uncanny. There was no X-Force. There was none of it. Every X-Men book off the shelf replaced with Age of Apocalypse books.
Right.
And those characters, some of those characters are so beloved today. The Wolverine, Cyclops from AOA. Wolverine from AOA, Jean Grey from AOA, Wild Child has a cult following. Sabretooth's little buddy, Wild Child, has a cult following, which is insane.
Yeah, because he was a character that was an obscure character in Alpha Flight. But yeah, he had a whole, another life with that. The other thing that's also happening with comic books is, and welcome, Ninja Bill.
Oh, hey guys.
You take a look at.
I'm opening up my birthday holes.
Nice. Happy
Ooh.
birthday to
I'll show you guys in a minute.
Awesome. The one thing that they did with the Fantastic Four is that all of a sudden, in the story arc, the cosmic thing, Ben Grimm no longer was the thing, and they're thinking, "Oh my God, how who's going to take the place?" So Reed builds him a suit, and so he goes inside the suit to be the thing. It's not working because it's too weak. So what do? They gradually introduced She-Hulk.
Yep.
And as they gradually introduced She-Hulk, we as the fans read that, started falling in love with her character, her personality, and then all of a sudden she puts on the Fantastic Four. She's taking Ben Grimm's place, but you're not seeing her replacing Ben Grimm. You're seeing her filling a void. You're seeing that she's her own character. The problem with writers is what Crimson hit the nail on the head when he said, you throw a character in there, you don't build this character up, you have no backstory of that character. The fans don't know who it is. You throw it in there thinking it's going to immediately stick, and it doesn't. And then we're having the issue now where DC, by this fourth quarter, may not be a publishing house anymore. And if that's the case, the domino effects from that is going to be horrific. Because you're going to lose all those characters, and I guarantee you they'll license Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman.
What do you mean?
It's a bigger
you're
issue.
going to lose it? I'm
It's a
sorry.
bigger-
Go ahead and input.
Oh, sorry, dude. I was just going to say it's a bigger issue than just DC, right? Because now Disney will look at that and look at Marvel and goes, well, hey, man, their sales are down 6% from the last 5 years. Why do we still have them hanging on? Why don't we just rent out all of our IPs? Hey, IDW, you want to write a Spider-Man story? Go ahead, and you publish it. You run the
Already
risk. Well, I mean, but
and
that sets an even worse precedent, right?
And take a look at who took over the publishing house for Marvel, Fergie. The guy that's over the movies is now going to be over your publishing house.
Yeah.
What people don't realize is that's what's known as attrition. That's where the company goes, okay, we're putting under one head honcho for this property, and then
Fergie, like Britney Spears' father, like children's father, Fergie.
Fergie. That's
What?
that's Kevin Federline, dude. Fergie's
Oh,
I
okay.
said
Okay.
Fergie
I was
by
like
accident.
completely confused.
I said the wrong name. Thank you, Crimson. I said the wrong name. But the I got Fergie on my mind. I guess it's because I was listening to Black Eyed Peas. But
you're so 2000 and late. You're so 2008.
but he's taken over, and what no one's realized, the artist that I know has realized this. They're now jumping to GoFundMe, and I'm going, and we've been offered the opportunity is because it's open to anybody.
Nice. Magna Defender. Very nice.
Let me make you bigger. Oh, that's very nice. That's very, very nice.
You're
Okay,
muted,
here
Ninja
you
Bill.
You're muted.
You're muted. Unmute yourself.
What is Magna
I
Defender?
said
What
this
is
is
that?
the first one this is the first figure of the line I've gotten too. Pretty
Nice.
impressed with it, to be honest. I'm pretty impressed with the quality. I don't much care for these hands, but when I review it, I'll talk more. But I don't like the hands. I don't like them.
What is that from, Ninja Bill?
This happens to be from what was it called here? Lost Galaxy.
Power Rangers Lost Galaxy.
Oh, okay.
Power. The fact that I even bothered to try to remember the English name is something in itself, because the Americans suck at making shit.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The theme song was pretty badass for Galaxy. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
And a rock thing to it. Oh, nice.
This guy, this thing with all these parts.
Did yours fall off too?
I don't know. It came in the package like this. So
Okay.
Is that from the Lightning collection, or what is that from?
That's from the Studio series to be able to build the Devastator.
no. He meant this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I only collected the Lord Zed just because I liked Lord Zed.
I've
But
met him
I
three
didn't
times.
need the
at Anime
Rangers,
Iowa.
though.
I met him a
I
few
want-
times. Got his autograph at Anime Iowa. It's too bad he still isn't around. I mean, he passed on, and which is and,
Sorry.
it's sad news. But yeah, this is the first figure in this line that I picked up. Well, I got it as a gift for my birthday today, so still awesome.
I'm still looking for the Ranger.
And then I got this guy, this Studio series thing. Don't care.
Hell,
Happy birthday to
Well, happy
you.
birthday, Ninja Bill.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
Happy birthday, Shinobi.
I am officially probably the oldest member of our community. At 50, I am now 50 years old.
I didn't know if I should agree or if that would be a bad thing or what. Like,
No,
just smile and nod, and put just smile and nod.
I've been your age. You ain't never been mine.
That's funny.
true.
I will share this. What's funny is I was drawing out, and thanks to input helping me realize that my character had no pants. I actually drew him first, and he said he looks too old, make him look younger. So then I did it that way, and then he was like, "Why is there a penis behind his head?" So I was like, I don't know. So,
Just remember, Ninja Bill, with great age comes great experience.
Or wisdom, or the ability to bullshit better than somebody else is more likely. Thanks, Larkin. By the way, thank you, Neuro.
thanks
there we go.
ACPP for posting that. Like,
A transforming walker.
I know. I was like,
Well,
Yes,
it's true. I am probably the oldest, oldest one. I know of one other person that's close to me who's 47. I'll leave that all up to y'all to find out. That's his business. But no, I thought you were only 45, ACP.
I'm 43.
43. Well, that was close.
Niggas like, "Hey, Santa Claus."
oh,
I was like, "Thank you, sweetheart." And she says, "Oh, it's Buddha's belly."
Santa Claus.
So,
Octus Wilbur says he will sing happy birthday for you and jump out of a cake.
Oh,
Happy-
you guys, if you had Facebook, man, he sent me one of the best images today for my birthday. I should bring it up on my phone and show y'all. It was pretty awesome. It was pretty awesome.
that's
Yeah, my brother happened to show up, and I was, said, "Hey, let's go get some grub and stuff ourselves till we pop." And I was like, "Oh, yeah, that's great." And he said, "Hey, let's stop by the Walmart." And I said, "My Walmart ain't got shit." And as you saw, it still have, the first wave of siege on and that's literally one hound and 2 reflectors, and that's it.
I want more.
And as far as the studio series goes,
Ninja Bill. This could be restock.
I'm telling you, and the only studio series that was there was this one and about, I don't know, 20 Megatrons, and I'm not even interested in the Megatron. I'm not even remotely interested in it. There's a lot of them.
Which Megatron was it? The one that's got all the silver paint on it?
Yeah.
That's a
Is
great
that the-
figure.
Is that the jet? The Cybertronian jet?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even remotely interested in it.
Yeah, they're
Not
all
even-
over the place here. Nobody's picking them up, too. That jet one.
Yeah.
It looks nice, though, in robot mode.
It's fun. Even when you transform him, I've enjoyed transforming him. The sad thing is the Walmart where this near us is closing April 3rd.
Oh, wow.
I was like, well,
Is
shit.
it a super center or is it a smaller Walmart?
No, it's a super center.
I'll be right
Oh,
back,
wow.
guys.
Yeah, we
See
we
if
were
I can-
surprised. My where I live is so small, it even made the news that it was closing down. I was like, damn. But it's a
Everybody's
big.
like, well, where are we going to get toilet paper now?
When I didn't realize that there was they had over 300 plus employees for the store.
Well, they
And
all work about 2 hours a week, so that's how they have 300.
I'm like, I know you're over 24/7, but darn. But that, but yeah. So
Ours is supposedly closing this year towards the end of I think October, but I might be mistaken.
I told him,
I thought it was this year, but it's either the October of this year or October of next year. I'm not sure which now.
I told him, I was like, if you had more Transformer toys, you would have made it.
Yes, Larkin, we all know that where you live gets stocked really well. Thank
Yeah.
you for reminding us about
Well-
how abundant the toys there are. I mean, it's like every day you get 10 new ones. No, I'm just I'm just messing with you, Larkin. I love you like a brother. I'm just messing with you, man. I'm just
Not to get on like a Walmart rant or anything, but one of the things I've seen that not all the Walmarts around here, but some of them have, is that they keep lowering the amount of variety of brands that they have.
Yes.
And so they'll have like, okay, the real name brand, then they'll have the great value and the whatever. And then eventually they'll get rid of the name brand or have one little planogram for it, but their great value is all over the place. So if you're wondering why the stores are shutting down and you're getting less variety, like that could be a major contributor right there.
You're absolutely right. And here's the thing too, is that, with these things closing down, it is going to have an effect. And that's the thing, what we were talking about back to the comics. A lot of people don't realize this, but if the floppy comics go away and you don't have those coming out monthly, you're not going to have graphic novels. You're not going to have those things in book form at any kind, any way. And those characters, a lot of the characters, especially the obscure characters, like I'm a big Booster Gold fan. But I never expect to see Booster Gold in a TV show of his own or even a movie of his own. So when it goes away, DC goes away, that character goes away. And a lot of those characters will end up disappearing. But the ripple effect from that will be felt, I believe, across not just the comic stores. It will be felt across every genre that has anything that has like a legacy feel to it. Because then you're going to have even WWE is even looking and saying, our stocks have been going down.
Mhm.
And, they're like trying to figure out why they're now in a way bleeding out in their stock market. And then you turn around and you see, okay, well, Dark Horse and then IDW and Image still make it. No, they won't, because they're not in retail stores. A lot of them, they're still in what I've always called it, the comic shops is still your old mom and pop shops. And you're going to have a lot of legacy, a lot of things disappear and the art disappear. And you're going to see the art culture suffer because a lot of your creations that you get is from comics. What's that one? Oh, is that what he says? You give me a second.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty hilarious.
Oh, I like it. Happy boy.
Pretty hilarious stuff.
Peace.
Sorry to interrupt.
You're good. I think the IPs will remain even. The publishers goes away. I hope so in some ways, but for the publishers to go away, how are you going to introduce new characters? How are you going to? Because the cheapest form of introducing any characters, and the reason why we love the characters is in the movies. Be honest, the reason why the movies have been doing well, because the movie industry has been hurting for years, and now, they haven't been hurting as bad since they started doing the superhero movies. And that's what we've had these past 10 years, this big superhero movie push that got to throw out this character, do this character, and see, to make money at the box office. Well, some of these characters, the reason why fans go and see those is because they've actually bought the comic books or have their first appearance. And you're not going to have that anymore. And that becomes a lot.
I would disagree with that, but only because of, do they have to have a publisher, their original publisher, to be successful? And there are quite a few examples to say no.
You're right. They can lease it, lease out the characters. But what I'm also sharing is that there's a big Deadpool fandom that's out there. I'm one of them. I got him his first appearance back in the day of New Mutants issue 98, and Nikki's became a big Deadpool fan. The reason why Deadpool's movie did so well is because of the fandom for it. If you look, Deadpool didn't show up in any TV shows. Deadpool didn't show up in anything else. The only thing that Deadpool ever showed up in was in comic book form by the publisher. Now, the publisher, I don't think we'll get characters like that anymore, because I don't think any publisher is going to say, you know what, I want to take a chance with this new Miss Marvel, and I'm going to pay the royalties. I'm going to pay the price to Disney to be able to publish her. No, they're going to focus on Spider-Man, the Avengers, Black Panther, and those types of stories.
Mm-hmm.
Man, my phone's
So
blowing up.
Larkin brings up a point here that, he says that, it's the beginning of, a more digital world.
Yeah, in DC's case, I think they're going with their streaming platform. Oh, sorry, Crimson. I thought I had my mic muted. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. But that's what I was saying. So there's a different, because I'm reading the old IDW stuff in digital form, and I talk with my comic book guy all the time, and he's got kind of some inside with things, which is kind of funny because it's kind of like some of the stuff that ACP talks. I was like, are you guys both talking to the same guy? Like the same guy. Like, he says, does your guy live in Oklahoma, ACP? But they were talking about, like, how they were trying to get this push for a digital comic, and it was like $1 more than just getting the comic itself, and of course nobody wanted to buy it. And so the distributors were like, well, hey, why aren't you pushing this or whatever? It's like, well, why would I want to push something that's going to put my business out of business? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Right. And then Diamond and stuff, like, distributing, like they formed with the comic book stores and stuff, because if Diamond's out of the loop and all of it is straight from DC or Marvel or whatever, then like they're not going to make any money either for all this distribution. But so that's kind of the deal. Is like, I was talking with him about, there's something about the tactile feel of the actual comic book itself, being able to flip through a page, like maybe not so much the sound of it, but really definitely feeling the pages and go and not knowing what that next page will be, right? Like, I know you don't have to view 2 pages on your computer. You can just view just the one or scroll down or whatnot, but there's something
you have
about
several views, grid views, single view, etc.
Here's the
but
thing,
flipping
though,
that page is like, oh, look, here's the end, or here's that giant monster that's popping out.
I'll be right back. Y'all keep talking. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I don't want to pee in a bucket.
Well, here's the thing with that, Crimson. Like what your comic book guy is like saying is basically, you're getting something physical for your dollar, right? Like, you can actually hold it. It's tangible. It's not some code that you can't see or anything. That as soon as you get is worthless. Right. Yeah.
And that's what I was going to get to, is that, when those services, right, like say streaming and stuff like that, or even Comixology, when those cloud base, which is not, it's just a word, it's just a cloud. But, when those server farms go down and they take that service off, what do you have left for show all the money you spend on all of these?
Nothing, because I have Comixology, and that's mainly how I read my comics nowadays, is because I used to have plenty of comic shops when I lived down in a larger city in Cedar Rapids here in Iowa, and I usually I had 4 of them within walking distance, of places I've lived. But when I moved out here, I had no choice but to go digital. So, it's just because I have no comic shops for 70 freaking miles. So
Right.
See,
I had no
the
choice to
newer
go digital.
but the newer generation like that, so we like that feel, right? That comic book feel. Trades, so some of us have split off, right? Some of the people have gone, I'm going to wait for the trade so I can read the whole story and decide from there. But that's a bigger investment than just a $3 or $4 comic and be like, oh, this story looks like it's pretty good, I'll wait, I'll get the trade as well or hold on to it. But like if you're getting in the trade and it's 30, 40, now it's like creeping up to like $50 books sometimes. Like that's a big investment for somebody who's not even invested in or knowing of any kind of story that's in there if it's going to be any good. Look at the IDW Bold New Era. It took 16 issues for it to start to pick up. Like that's a big investment already on my part for that.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is like I'm more of a trade guy now. I've kept a lot. I've kept some single issues, and I've kept some full runs of things that took me a long time to get a full run of Teen Titans. Thanks very much, DC, for that one.
I'd almost pity you, except I don't care about the title, so I don't pity you.
But yeah, but for the most part, I've switched to trades, and there is a lot of times, man, where I'll go in and I'll buy a trade, and I just go, oh, dude, it's $40. Oh God. Okay.
Well, let me give you. I'll tell you where you can get them where they're not $40. It's instocktrades.com. If you go
like, is
like
that in like the letter N dash stock trades?
No.
Where I bought? I buy a ton of my comic. I buy two places when if I'm around and can actually buy them. I buy them in half price books, or I buy them at, of course, Barnes and Noble. For my larger graphic novels, Barnes and Noble all the way. For everything, any other comic, I go to half price books. I don't know if you guys have that store in your neck of the woods, but I go there quite a bit. Yeah.
I do. They're I don't know how they run your like your area, but here for the most part we got like 4 or 5. No, not even. I think we got like closer to 8 of them within the city. But
it's considered pretty high end around here. That half price books. It looks just like a Barnes and Noble, except a little bit fancier.
Oh no! This one looks like the ones here look like your mom and pa hole in the wall type of bookstore.
So they're barely holding on.
Wow. Oh, mine here, man. It's set in a posh shopping mall area, and it looks just like a Barnes, and they got themselves a little drink bar, where you can get yourselves, a smoothie or something, and it has nice leather chairs and benches and tables, the whole 9 yards, man. The whole 9 yards.
We got tables. We got the tables here, but what's funny, the funny thing is they used to give out free coffee years ago, and then I remember they had this paper. It was like, due to coffee prices rising in Colombia, we can no longer afford to give out free coffee.
Like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Hey, I learned something new while I've been off of YouTube for a while. I learned how to actually share a screen. So here's the company right here.
Prove it. I want proof. Oh wow.
Oh, wow.
Hashtag not sponsored, but maybe.
I would disagree with Neuro. Neuro said Barnes & Noble has good new comic selection, but shit books. And unfortunately, I prefer buying vintage old comics. Well, Barnes & Noble has a lot of things. Some stuff they simply, if they don't have it, that you can order it through them. But in my general experience, all of the bigger Transformer books that I've got, like, the Complete Arc, all those sort of the graphic novels, Barnes & Noble, in my personal experience, just again from my personal experience, is the best place to buy those type of books, period. Because I have never gotten a damaged book in any shape or form from a Barnes & Noble shipping or pickup, ever.
Unlike
they've been pristine when I picked them up, or I got them in the mail. I didn't hear what you said, Crimson.
No, I was saying unlike Amazon, where they just stick it in there in a box and it's all dinged up before it even gets to you.
Well, and that's the thing
Yeah,
about this.
yeah.
I'm sharing with y'all. You get it's either a $5 shipping, or if you get $50 or more, it's free shipping, and they ship it in a box. And the longer you're with them, you get a bigger discount.
That's pretty cool.
And you do
Yeah.
have a thing where you do like a coming soon. You can go by the publishers if you want to. If there's a person like you want, let's look at IDW. We'll look at Transformers real quick.
I hate to say this, but I almost prefer Comixology set up a little bit better.
Yeah.
I mean, this is nice. Okay, I like the way it's designed. Don't get me wrong. It's a simple but effective page, but I actually kind of prefer Comixology. Hello, Transformers. Now you can keep it. That's just the spotlights. I care less about it. Graphic novels, Omni, etc. B&N is great. Yep. When I say book, got it. I was talking about
Do you guys
Neural there.
does anybody have a Books A Million near you? They're pretty good too. They're kind of like a smaller Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
Say that again.
Does anybody know like Books A Million near them? Like they're kind of like a smaller Barnes and Noble,
I like
almost
Books A
comic
Million.
book shop.
Doesn't
Mhm.
sound familiar.
Books A Million is actually the first company that actually published my independent book in their stores.
Cool.
Awesome.
So
Nice.
I have a big
Oh.
love for Books A Million.
Hey, real quick, I'll be right back. I want you guys to help me with something. Hold on, I'll be right back. And
All
this
right.
goes for chat too. But I'll be right back.
Come on back.
He says as he grabs an axe.
Help me out here. I'm going to go. But I'm looking at that and I'm seeing like I get those prices. I see the price. How and those come in. That's how I've been getting books lately. And I have two friends that own two comic stores. And an acquaintance. I'm acquainted with a third comic book store owner. We just know each other through working with each other. But the other two I'm friends with, and they even say they're like, you're a longtime comic.
Oh,
fan.
nice.
I have a question. Okay, since we've got Mr. Publishing extraordinaire here. Okay, so Transformer Classics trade paperback, right? Or
Mhm.
soft covers, correct?
Yep.
Why is this one a hardcover?
Because it is. Because
I can't find anything about these hardcovers online at all. And the
Again,
only thing
because
it's done, the thing on the back, there's no IDW anywhere on this.
And
And
that
then
means
No
also-
red label, nothing like that.
It's paw prints. But
Okay.
when I look up paw prints online, they're just, I guess, like a really small publishing house from
are.
what it seems like to me. But that's all I can find, and I can't find if
So
they
somebody
did-
had it specially made.
No, I can tell you
No.
what that. What you have in your hand is typically what's given to libraries.
Okay.
Library edition.
Oh.
That's why it's a hardcover, and it's why it's published by that company. And what they do is that they publish them, and then they put them into the libraries for them to carry that. How do I know? Is because the only hardcover I ever had for our books was the one that got printed for the library.
Okay.
And
And then, so my other question is, there's no markings in here for a library.
no, it won't.
Okay.
The library with those, the library will put their own marks into it, and then it goes into a catalog that they have, and then it gets put into the catalog. If it gets put into the catalog, then that means other libraries can also purchase that book from that publisher.
Okay.
And knowing is half the battle input.
That's why I asked, because of Mr. Publish over there to my left whenever we were out. How long is it overdue?
ACP.
Well, I bought. Okay, so here's the story about this. I guess since Wilbur is asking, I got this off of eBay because I needed Volume 8 for the longest time, and Volume 8 is just like the GI Joe and Transformers crossover, and then it's just like all of the character bios and stuff up front. So like this is pretty much all Volume 8 is, and then all the universe issues and stuff, and then you got like GI Joe and versus Transformers and stuff there, and that's it. But when I ordered it off of eBay, it was like $6. I was like, yeah, I'll finish the set. And when it comes in, it's a hardcover. And I was like, oh, okay. So, but so I'm assuming there's other hardcovers out there then, right?
Yes, there would be other hardcovers out there in libraries, though.
Yeah, hardback books are. I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Yeah, that was it. I just wanted to try and figure out why
So,
it's hardback.
so is that IDW that would have had that sent to a library, or how would that work, ACP?
No. This would be done through a third party company. There's another company out there known as Cricket, and what they do is they take a property, they buy a property that is kind of in limbo, but they want to put it in the library. IDW was not the one that will actually lease that out. It actually would go from Hasbro saying, yes, you can do this. And I guarantee you what they probably did is they had the whole set, because typically from volume 1 to volume 1 ever are always going to be hardcovers, because libraries do not want paperbacks. They really do not like those. So sometimes you'll even get books that you're like, wait a second, why don't we go to the library and it's got this really big Batman book, but that there's like 3 Batman trades in that book. How do they do this? It's to a publisher like that, and it's an outside little publisher. I want to say they're based out of China, and they that's how they get their stuff and do it really cheap, and then they put it in the libraries, purchase it, and put it in their stock. And then when you do that, your stuff has been put into a library, and they have carried it. It automatically becomes copyrighted, and it is under all the laws of the U.S. government dealing with that copyrighted property.
So
Is
now,
is it also in the Library of Congress as well? When that?
Library of Congress, because you'll be able to find, because you'll find, you can even find our book, T. the Arid Adventures, and it'll be a hardcover, and the hardcover is the only hardcover it had, but it had the very first 3 graphic novels put into it, and with that it was and they still had our name, but it had a different cover. It was just where our publisher just took another artwork that I had done and put it on the cover, and then it got put out. And it's very simplistic. They're not a lot of detail in the covers. They're very simplistic covers. They're very, but if you go to the Library of Congress and you can talk to your library, you can do it this way. You can, if you want them as a hardcover that way, you can go to your library. You could ask about the Library of Congress. They can pull it up, and then they can order it. I just don't know how much it would cost if they ordered it for you.
Ooh, okay. That sounds like a pretty pricey endeavor. So, but my other thing is so there's no library stamps on that at all. So did that mean like a library never got that?
Yep. Means it was out there, and pretty much somebody. And here's what happens: my other brother works for it in the library. And what happens is they get these hardcovers in, and the reason why you're seeing my icon, guys, I didn't want y'all to see me eating my food while I was talking.
Right.
Sure. Not peeing on a bucket or nothing, right?
I couldn't find my bucket this time. I think Nikki.
Trying to give you an out, ACP. Trying to give you an out.
What ends up happening is that certain libraries will be given these books, and it is up to the librarian that's in charge to choose whether or not those books are going to be put out. And a lot of times you will get books that sit in the back area or up underneath somebody's desk, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, shit, this has been here and it's really outdated, because they'll go by the date inside, and they'll say, okay, if it's over like 4 or 5 years and it's not been put into the system, it's not being looked at. And then what they'll do is they'll throw it up on eBay, they'll throw it up on Amazon, and they'll sell them that way. And they'll do it to another seller. And typically, to get them out of there, if you ever want to get deals on some books or graphic novels, look at the libraries in your area, because typically they have to purge the graphic novels, and they'll sell them for like $1, $2, $3, $6, and that's typically how they do that. Hardcovers, I think, are more around $6 or $8. They'll sell them for the paperbacks, which they don't like to have. They'll sell around for $1.
Okay.
But
well,
yeah.
then I'm going to the library tomorrow.
And
see if I can find some more of these hardcovers, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. The publisher considers small because they don't publish their own properties. they publish properties that they buy that put them into libraries. I don't know about that publisher, but they might have a website too.
Well, let's find out. Paw prints. Because I'm curious. Because I've been kind of on a search. I've got all the classics, but I'm kind of on a search to get these hardcovers now, since I know they're hardcovers. You know, that are out there. Let's see. What is their logo? Their logo is a paw and a print. Okay, it's
very simplistic.
I guess, what is it? Publishing.
Yeah, it should be publishing.
All right. Come on, DuckDuckGo, don't fail me now. Paw Print Publishing Ltd. I think I might have found their website. Maybe, hopefully, I don't know. Book launch Easter 2018. I don't know, man. This website looks like it's from 2004, so I don't know if that's right. God, dude, that just took me back in a time machine, man, to be honest. Let's see. I guess Paw Print publisher contact.
Okay, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. I just remembered.
Sorry.
I'd forgotten to glue a piece of the cabinet together, and I have to make sure to have it glued to cure overnight before I install my stove tomorrow.
No worries, Ninja. No worries.
Oh, I'll be so glad when I'm done refurbishing this kitchen. Oh my God, it's been a nightmare. Plus side of that fire, bad side of that fire is, well, it was a fire. Fire happened. Good side is it gave me an excuse to refurbish that kitchen because I freaking hate galley style kitchens in the first place. I hate them. So this was the perfect opportunity to remodel.
Look for that gray lining or silver lining. What's it called? I don't know.
Yeah, silver lining. You got it.
Yep. So I think I got this right. Does that look? Did I get these pieces on there right? On the shoulders there. Is that how they go? Yep. And I think that piece goes on the back like that.
Yep. And that's where the head's
I kind of threw the instructions with the box that way.
and he's also the head. If you open up the cab, it opens up and you see the Devastator head.
Okay. It didn't look quite like it's seated in there. There we go. Man, he looks fugly. He looks fugly, man. Somebody threw this guy down the ugly tree, hit every branch on the way down, and out of spite, the tree set itself on fire.
Man. Your mama's so ugly. She walked into Taco Bell and everybody ran for the border.
Your mama's so fat that when Thanos had a snap, he had to snap twice for her to disappear.
Your mama's so fat. She said, "Let there be light," and God said, "Move the fuck out the way."
Move, bitch! Get out the way! Move!
Oh God!
Your mama's so fat. Bitch put on a red T-shirt. Kids came outside talking about, "Hey, Kool-Aid."
Oh God.
That's terrible. Your mama's so small, bitch. Hang glide with a Dorito. Your mama's so tiny, she hula hoops with a Cheerio.
With a Cheerio. It was like, hey,
I got to get this.
Go mama, go ahead. Oh God.
Go mama, go. So what else is up with y'all this fine evening?
I was helping input with a hardcover that he found.
Oh yes, that one. Yes.
I
that
can't find paw prints at all. Like I think I found a website that might be them because it's talking about publishing, but then when I scroll down, it's like stock photos of little girls in dresses. So I don't know.
What the hell?
That's what my yeah, that was my reply.
Oh.
And the logo they use is not that logo at all. So yeah, I have no idea.
And it's called Paw Print.
I think he's making it up, guys. I think he just printed that cover off, wrapped it around there, and is faking it.
No.
A little bit early for April Fools, buddy. A little
Well,
bit early.
well, if you want a size comparison, Ninja, I've got the other 7. This one's actually what I think is cool is
He faked them all 7 of them. He faked them all.
the binding on the hardback is bigger, but the pages are the same size as the soft cover.
I may be a cynic.
Shut
All
up.
right, so here you go. I found it for you. You go to Jack Flap. It's JACKETFLAP.com.
Okay. Jacket flap?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hurry up and load the website. Like
Quit watching that porn and filling it full of useless junk.
Well, you know it.
It'll go faster.
Yeah.
It'll go faster that way. Hey, I tried telling you last time. But no.
Well, I don't listen to you, remember? So all right, I'm just gonna new tab this, and then when it opens, if it decides to open, Jesus. Okay. Refresh. All right. Whatever. I am going to close that tab and then see what happens. Okay, so on with the show. Nero says, your mama's so fat she bungee jumped, cord broke, and she fell straight to hell.
Oh, man.
Your mama's so fat she went outside with the yellow shirt on, and all the kids ran outside. Thought that bitch was a school bus.
Oh, God. I don't know if I would run outside if it was a school bus. I'd be just like, nope, bye. I'm going to
Your mama's so fat. Your mama's so fat it was raining and thundering out. She put on a yellow jacket and people thought it was a sunny day.
Oh.
And we've now gone to the fat jokes.
Hey, I'm a fat bastard and proud of it.
That me too. Me too. Absolutely.
I'm a standing member of the Fat Bastard Club.
Some stupid people like to run early in the morning and exercise. I don't know what the hell they do that. I mean, it's not like it's gonna...
I mean, I gotta say, dude, like those people, they got a good head on their shoulders, man. They know what's up, you know.
When even the dog is looking at you like, really? You doing it this early? Really? Get the fuck back in bed. And now you're like, okay.
like, nope, not going.
Your mama's so fat, her blood type Rocky Road. Yeah, that took you guys a second, huh?
just a little bit.
Your mama's so fat, her belt size is equator.
Mm.
Your mama's so fat when she stepped on the scale said, I didn't ask for your phone number.
It's kind of like how does a fat kid, how you get a fat kid to lose weight? Tell the ice cream shop to keep on driving.
Your mama's so fat, I took a picture of her last Christmas and it's still printing.
Damn. I gotta remember that one.
That's the one you go out on and put. That's the one you say for the very end.
Right?
Still printing. You're like, all right, thank you, everybody. Thank you for coming out. Oh man.
The earlier, the better. No.
Yeah,
Not earlier. No.
Oh, so I think I understand because the thing is, like, if you do it earlier in the morning, you're barely awake anyway. You're not going to remember
Oh, no.
exercising.
Oh no, that's
So
a whole
then
no.
later on, you're like, oh, great, I don't have to exercise anymore.
Mm-mm.
You get more free time.
No. See what it is, man. When you start doing that first set of push-ups and pull-ups, and you start hitting that 1 mile, and you're all like, yeah, this is feeling good. You're already awake. Like there ain't no tired run. You're not like while you're running, right? You got like, just some kick-ass music going. You got Skid Row playing. It's good stuff, man. Good stuff.
Okay.
See, I could kill the whole mood with going and exercise. I was in the best shape I could have ever been. Got sick with cancer. I'm now happier than I was when I used to exercise. I get to sit back in a burrito and not worry about a damn thing.
Oh, hey, I eat the burrito. Why do you think I work out? It's because of the way I eat. I'd be like 900 pounds, man, if I didn't work out. Okay.
So
Yeah,
input,
I stopped carrying at 47. I stopped carrying at 47. I was like, okay, I was pretty fit, and then I just like at 47, I was like, you know what? I've earned this damned beer belly. Anybody don't like it, fuck them.
I tell people all the time, to get past the keg is where you get to the 6-pack.
So input and Larkin, tell us like what is your breakfast you consume before or after your workout? Like what gives you that energy boost?
So I drink like a cup of coffee in the morning, and then just like a blueberry muffin or a donut or like whatever.
Sausage, bacon, and eggs, and some damn pancakes, boy.
Oh, dude, first of all, son, hold on, because that's the lunch. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Well, that's breakfast. That's breakfast. Look, if your breakfast doesn't weigh 5 pounds, then you're doing something wrong. And if no, it better be damn bacon.
Well, see,
And
so
4.5
here's the
pounds
thing.
of that should be bacon.
See, I don't believe in breakfast food. I don't believe in dinner food. I don't believe in none of that because food's food. Last night, I made some egg muffins here, some egg McMuffins here at the house, and I ate like 4 of those in a row. Some sausage egg muffins. Those were good. They were good. They had honey on them. They were so good. I ate 4 of them. Why? Because I ran an extra mile yesterday. I was like, fuck it. I can do this.
and because of protein.
Yeah, no. Like a lot of my workouts, like
I was going to say, there's better ways to get protein than that.
I will say
I'm not
this. I
touching
am
it.
trying to learn how to. I'm still trying, and this is and Larkins knows what I'm talking about. I'm still trying to learn how to skateboard. It's not been the easiest thing for my coordination.
dude, if you fall, you're gonna break a hip.
Dude, do you break them in half? Steps up on there, crack. What
did.
was that? It wasn't my back, I swear.
I did fall.
It was my back. Yeah, the back of the board, you ass.
I actually have an appointment. I actually did fall and apparently did something to a disc in my neck. So I've got to go till the 17th out of the test done. But it doesn't bother me unless I turn my head.
All right, well, here's the thing. If they tell you surgery, get like a 3rd and 4th opinion.
No, I'm not getting surgery.
And then if you don't want to get surgery, look at DDPY, Diamond Dallas Page Yoga. And yes, that is who does it. It's DDP. He says he goes on record. And if you guys follow his career, this is why I, in like your case, ACP, this is why I preach that stuff for him, I guess. Like I'm not paid or anything. But if you know his career, right? He's broken his neck. He's got 2 herniated discs that have no cartilage in between them anymore in his lower back. And this dude's out running. He stretches every morning. He does his thing. He does his yoga stuff, but he's out there like nothing's wrong. And he even says he's not in pain or anything else. And all he does is stretch and yoga for like an hour and a half every morning or something like that.
I do a lot of stretches and do a lot of stuff like that. I do that all the time.
Go ahead.
I did watch this. I'm watching this guy right now. I'm trying to remember what his name is. It's actually, I don't know if you're familiar with the manga, which is One Punch.
Yeah.
But there's a guy on YouTube that's actually doing the exercise that One Punch did.
Yeah, I've seen it. There's a few videos out there. I don't know. Are you talking about the Asian guy or are you talking about the white guy?
Talking about the Asian guy that was overweight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's done it. And now looking at him, I'm like, holy crap! Just from manga, they taught you how to do that.
Yeah. About 2 years ago, when the anime came out, I tried that workout,
Mhm.
and God, what is it, like a 15-mile run or whatever?
Yes.
Like the run's the worst part, right? And because the run's obnoxious, and, and I was like, no, I'm good. I am beyond good. Like the Indian squats is whatever, the push-ups whatever, but then I don't think it's like 15 miles, but it's something like 6 mile run or something, and you can't stop. You know, you got to run. Like so.
I thought I'm sorry. I was actually reading chat. I thought that Arcus was saying he was a believer in keto, but it's
Keto
Keto
diet.
Like,
yeah.
But we all know. I was like, we're all believers in keto. We see him now and then. He's got that new artwork. I forgot.
Or do we? Or do we?
You know, first I didn't recognize Kato's like icon because I was like, "What? Who is this icon?" Like, I didn't recognize what it was at first because it's kind of small on Instagram on mobile. But then I saw his post on Instagram. I was like, "Oh, it is Kato."
For the first 10 years, actually, probably about the first 12 years once I retired out of the Army, you're expected to stay fit because you can be recalled to duty within a period of time. So, you know, I stayed active, I stayed fit. And then, like I said, then I was like 45, and they're like, yeah, okay. And I started slowing down. 47, I just like, you know what? I don't care anymore. I ain't here to impress nobody. I give a fuck.
Well, my whole thing is like when I grew up, I was like a fat kid.
Me too.
Yeah. And I always like, I don't know what it was, man. When I was in high
I
school,
wish I was the fat kid. I wish, man. I could eat a horse and still be the 70-pound kid, man. My metabolism was so fast. I could eat anything and everything, man. I could eat a big giant 5-gallon thing of spaghetti and not gain a pound. You know, up until even through my Army, up until I hit about, I'd say about 35, and then it started slowing down.
Yeah, I worked out when I was fat. They used to, my family used to call me the butterball, and then they got a butterball turkey, so they were going to cook it. That freaked me the heck out when I was a kid. Because I was like, oh my God, they're going to eat me. Because they're like, hey, butterball ready? And I was like, oh, hell no. And I ran. It's a true story. And then after that, that's when my stepdad was like, yeah, we're not gonna call you Butterball anymore, but would you like to sign up for football? And I was like, okay. And then that was it for me. Now I have been told by the doctor that I can start doing certain things, and so me and Nikki are going to be doing some of the things that the doctor said I can do. Since my heart now is with the medicine is staying within a reasonable rhythm, so that's been a good thing.
Nice.
See, it's when they start putting the salt and pepper on you. That's when you get worried.
When you have someone that has a big fork and a big knife and it says the butterball ready, and you're like, you've seen your grandfather eat some weird ass shit. You have, and when it's going, I'm out, dude. Gone. Nope.
open fire rotisserie style, man. Well, but for me, I got tormented, man. Like, especially when I hit high school at my freshman year. I asked a girl out and she stood me up at the movie theater.
Oh shit!
And then like, and then like the next day, she's like, "Oh, I decided not to because like you're fat," and I was like, "Oh, okay, like fuck, all right." But that like stuff like that hurts,
Oh yeah.
So
that would have been funny if your comeback. It would have been funny input if your comeback to her was, "Well, that's the reason why I dated you." Then she has like a complex for years.
Like I didn't start not putting up with people's shit until college, right? Like so So I wouldn't have had like, I wouldn't have said it. I would have thought it, but I wouldn't have said it. College is when I was like, oh, that's college. I would have been like, well, that's cool. Well, that's cool. I didn't have to spend extra money on the popcorn because you wanted the extra large or whatever, right? Like that would have been, but I do like, they were brutals, man. So I was just like, man, I got to do something, right? And when you're like 5'9", 350 pounds, and you're trying to run, you get like 15 feet and you fall over because you can't breathe.
I never had that problem, man. I was the tiny 4 foot, 70 pound. I weighed less than a buck wet. So for me, it was the Napoleon complex, man. I was a mean son of a bitch. I went there after that. So I got off the bus in the morning and I looked for the biggest damn son of a bitch in the place. I didn't care if it was an adult, and I attacked him. I was swinging. I came off that bus swinging because I had some food.
You were like, challenge accepted, and everybody's like, who is he talking to?
Right,
man. I broke 2 school doors. The old schools back in the day used to have these big, tall glass doors.
I'll be right back, guys. I got a phone call.
So,
2 big glass doors in the front, man. One time, man, I pushed this kid face first through one. Just, I was like, I was just mean. And then one time, this principal, I forget his name, man. But I was down at a gas station with a couple of friends, and I bought a pack of smokes. In those days, 16-year-old buying a pack of smokes, they didn't give a damn. All right. So there I was. This principal come down. I don't know what he was there for. I didn't care. So I'm hanging out with some of my friends. He said, "You can't smoke here," and I was like, and we were like, "Shut the hell up! Get the fuck out of here with that shit." And you're like, "Well, I'm reporting, man." We dog jumped that son of a bitch right there in the gas station park. Somehow he got up and he started running away back towards the school. It was only a couple blocks away. We were highballing right after him. We chased him through the school, kicked down the darn office doors, kicked down his door, and beat him right in his office. Oh, got sent to juvie for that one. Oh, it was a good time.
Ninja Bill, you sound like me. I was the same way. In elementary school, I got picked on all the friggin' time. And then when I started playing football, started working out, started exercising, Nikki knew me. Me and Nikki did not go to the same high school, and we didn't go to the and Nikki's older than me. And we're not even we're in the same county. And Nikki had heard about me at her school because through what I did through football and me having my attitude. One of my best friends came to me and told me, she said, "I am so happy you got sickle cancer." And I was like, "Well, F you too." She was like, "No, because you're a lot nicer." And it humbled me. I did not realize how much of an asshole I was till then. But I was a mean little asshole. Nikki says,
I knew perfectly well what I was being. Like I said, I had a Napoleon. I was just this tiny, scrawny kid, man. I had something to prove to the world, and I'll be damned if I let anybody stand in the way of me achieving that. I was like, no, but it was just one of those things. And it wasn't until I got in the Army, where that the training and the mindset, came in and calmed me down, Yeah. And I learned to adapt and overcome to be mindful of my emotions and manage them. And but before that, man, I was I got kicked out of 4 damn high schools. 4 of them. And the last one was when you graduate, you're on the verge of being either killers or priests when you graduated. It's one of the two. We called it Metro, but everybody who went there called it Metro. Because all the kids there were just like me, just as mean, just as ornery, just as dirty, scrappers, everyone, even the girls. And mind you, this is a high school, they had a daycare center for for
Well,
most people really don't have a problem with that, but they were at least open for that, and you could smoke right there in the classrooms. Had ashtrays there. We just sat there and smoked right there in the classrooms.
that's good.
I'm not even joking a little bit. Not even joking a little bit. We'd light up right in the middle of class and just sit there and smoke our cigarettes while we're doing our math or doing our English or what have you, or social studies, whatever it was, except for home ec. We couldn't smoke there when we're cooking.
I get it. I do have a question though, right? Because it's interesting. When did you get into Transformers? Because I'm kind of curious if it's like what with me, because Transformers became a thing for me after I kind of calmed down.
I was 16 when the cartoon came out.
Right. And
I was in my teens. So unlike a lot of people who were kids, I was already in my teens. All right, I'm 50, so work it back. I was born in 70, so Vietnam was still going on when I was a kid.
Right.
So.
But when did you start collecting though?
About that same time, yeah. Well,
okay.
I was buying toys then, and I never really stopped.
That's how it was with Transformers. It's the one thing that and He-Man. I never stopped trying to get those. That was the only thing that I would like to do. And there was only a couple of guys that I could ever hang out with that understood it. And then you get introduced to D&D and stuff like that, and it's like your whole world just changes for you. I look at this as something that brings people together and brings calmness into people's life, because Transformers for me was a puzzle, and if I got that as a gift or got it for myself, it was just interesting to see the transformation from one to the other.
Mm-hmm. I dig that. I can get it. Speaking of transformations, that's how you do it. I'm figuring out this scrap, whatever the hell he's
Mixmaster. You're trying to get him into his truck mode?
Oh, I'm doing it right now. No instructionable. I threw the instructions behind me, as you recall. So I am figuring it out as we speak. Okay, those are his smokestacks. So yeah, what's that neuro said? He said, my guidance counselor said I had a protector personality. Awesome. He goes further on to say, I think I had a problem with power and authority. Yeah, that was definitely me.
Yeah.
That was definitely me. And once again, I had something to prove. I was the little kid, and therefore, anybody that was even slightly bigger than me, I was going to make damn sure they remember my name.
The only reason why I didn't end up in juvie or in the trouble, real major trouble, is that my dad was friends with the sheriff. And with that friendship, I was friends with his son, and him and I got in a lot of trouble together. I missed out when they stole the police van and drove it to Boone, North Carolina. I kind of missed that road trip, but yeah, they stole the police van and drove it to the Boone.
Good for them. I say, good for them.
I know. I was like, damn, I missed that. I was at football camp when that happened, but yeah, that's the only reason. If I know, looking back on it, I go, oh my God, how did I not end up in jail? And then I go, oh, it's because, Mr. Frank over there is calling my dad saying, hey, I got your son. He's done something stupid. And then my dad would be like, what the hell is up with you? Why? I was like, it was there and it was screaming out. But I did for a while have an alias, a name that I used that it became whenever someone, especially law enforcement, saw me and says, oh, you're doing better today, Clark. And I went by my alias I went by was Clark Griffin. Did not realize that Nikki's cousin that went to school with me, his name was Clark Griffin. And he was getting things directed toward him for some of the stuff that I did. And it was like, really? She's like, yeah. She says, yeah. And then she's like, and I married the guy that steals my cousin's name. I said, no, his name was Clark. I didn't hang out with Clark. I just used it. It just popped up. It's like I was going with the name that I knew from Superman, and I was like, and I was dating a girl whose last name was Griffin, and so I was like, just put those two together. Yeah.
Nice.
But, yeah.
Meanwhile, he's over there like, why do I keep getting in trouble? Like, I wasn't even there.
I'm in a wheelchair too. How am I doing?
Try being an identical twin sometime. Oh, the crap my brother used to get me into.
Oh,
He'd do something, man, and then just turn around, run off, and there I'd be left holding the bag, man. Be like, what the heck is going on?
one
What
of
is so wrong with my life?
one of my greatest memories that I'll ever have is dating twins. Yeah.
A lot of people seem to think there's a lot of things about twins. They always assume this, that, or the other thing, and man,
No, it's
ain't
totally
as great as all that. Ain't as great as all that. I think I got it. Okay, let's see here. Oh, there's the peg I was missing. All right. Wonderful how I jaunt from topic to topic, isn't it?
It's a whole but bunch of topics, different topics. By the way, I
Yeah.
went and changed the image and now have the 18 years or older little icon on now. Because Chris was like, hey, it's just TY13. I was like, and here I was like begging Nikki to do it really quick for me, and she did. I put up the wrong damn one at the very beginning of the show.
Hey guys, real quick, just I came back to let you guys know that I got to run.
Okay, man.
So, but thanks for having me, ACP. I appreciate it. To everyone in chat, I'll see you guys later.
All right, man.
See input.
All right, later, Input. You have a good one, man.
You too, Ninja. Later, Crimson.
Later.
Oh, where are we gonna get our fat jokes now? Damn.
Eh,
Pull it up
we'll
on
make
my
it up as we go along.
phone. Make it up as we go along. I feel odd. I feel like, hey, I'm the one with the picture, so I'm gonna take my picture away. There we go. Now I feel like I can keep it up without anybody knowing.
Now we got the trifecta.
Yeah. I didn't realize that in my the icon I did for this one here, I forgot to do his eyes. So he's got these white eyes. It looks just, to me, it looks just creepy. It's like, am I
He's
big?
a zombie.
He's a zombie. He does. He's the Undertaker.
The who?
What? You don't know the Undertaker?
No.
So-
Let me guess. There's some wrestling crap in it. I said that
It
out loud,
is.
didn't I?
It is. You did, Ninja Bill. Hey, what's with Octane on top there? Like, what's the story with the Titans Return Octane? Because you have that as a little thumbnail here.
What
What?
am I- Oh,
Is that one of your favorite characters? Or
no.
favorite-
Part of my YouTube banner is that.
Oh, okay. Oh, you just put your banner in there, and then that's where it ended up at then.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see.
Exactamundo. All right, I'm still missing something here. How does this?
I need to make a new banner for my channel and kind of advertise more about, like, even though like you have the channel links up on top, like you kind of want to advertise like Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, wherever else you're at, so that way you kind of have a banner that makes a little more sense. So I haven't devoted any time to it.
Yeah, I don't much devote time to that's as much probably as I should, but then again, I know I suck at self-marketing and all that crap. I'll be right back.
Okay. That's the thing that, like, with what me and Nikki are doing, we're doing a lot of things that we're changing and a lot of things that we're going to pretty much keep the same, but yeah, we're going to try and make it more available. Yeah, I've got to do the same thing, Crimson. I don't think I put up anything on my banner for this channel, Instagram or any of it.
Well, because the links help, and you actually on your banner. I don't know how you guys look at it. Like, I know it's different when you're on mobile, it's different when you're on a tablet, and it's different when you're on a computer. Like, it's all three different versions, even if it's the same image. But like on yours, I like it that you have like a blank spot that's on the like, it's still colored and everything, but it's like you have a spot there reserved for like being able to put like an Instagram symbol or a website symbol or something like that on the right side of it, which is above on. I'm looking at it on a computer, so
Yep.
it's actually above where it says Bitter Tea Media there.
Yeah,
So you can put like an anchor logo in there too as well.
Yeah, and that's that. Nikki did. I don't know when she's put up the Bitter Tea Media, but she says she's going to try and do Instagram and others, and that's why on that side she's going to try and get them where they go up and down.
Mhm.
And yeah, I can help you with a banner if you want us to.
Well, I do a lot of my graphic stuff and everything as well, so I appreciate the offer though. So I've been doing this tournament thing, and it's like I'm about halfway done on what I need to have in the video. And it's not okay. So like the thing is, this could have been done like 2 months ago, honestly. Like I could have turned the camera and said, "Hey, here's a contest. Here's prizes. Here's the rules." You know, it could have been done. Lickety split. But I want it to be actually have stop motion animation within it. So, you know, a lot of the stuff I've animated has been kind of less than 2 minutes kind of situation. So this is having a lot of animation in it, and it's not like I have to worry about the sound effects, things like that. But I want it to look good as well when it's on there, because I'll be talking over some of it, kind of explaining the rules, contests, things like that. So,
And that's you know, when you're doing something like that, you're probably like me. We're having a book getting ready to be published, I am never ever satisfied because there's always something else I could do,
Yeah.
something else I can change.
that perfectionism, right?
Yeah, and
Yep.
Nikki has to take it away from me. Like with this book here, she's like, don't come near me. You're not going to add anything else to it. She's like, we're not changing it. I've already got the format. The publisher's already got it. And I'm always been like, wait. I want to do something else. And Nikki's has taken that over for me. She helps me out. She's like, sometimes just the best thing is walk away.
Yep.
Breathe and let it.
You come back with a clear head.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm glad that she does that with me, because it does. I'm like you. There's something else I could see that I could have done better. There's something else that I could have done that was different and changed things up. And so, hey, Nikki. Oh, yeah. Can I have some tea? Thank you, baby girl. She was saying if I was still on. She's like, you are. Good. You're not going to bother me for a little bit. But we got everything. I think Nikki's got everything. I think to the publisher, which is good. And now she's trying to get stuff with the website. So I can't do anything. In other words, what that means is that ACP, don't come near me. Don't ask. It's already out of our hands. It's in somebody else's hands. You can't touch it anymore. You can't change it anymore. So,
yeah. Well, now you can relax, for a little bit. Have a little bit of a lull between books and stuff. So
yeah. The nice thing about this time around is that all of the inner workings of the books are done. I'm just having to come up and figure out what covers or how I want to do the covers for the other 3 volumes. But it's the first time I've ever had. Typically what happens is one book would be published. I would be working on the other book as that book's getting published, or working on stuff for the website. Because for the longest time, we would have at least 2 books come out a year. And then when Nikki got sick, it kind of slowed us down. And I thought we would lose our publisher and stuff like that. But apparently they still have our old stuff. And the way Nikki has a contract, Nikki dealt with all that stuff with the contracts and stuff for us to keep all the rights and everything, because I didn't want to lose any of my rights.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Do you think I don't know if you don't want to talk about it or anything like that, but like you were talking about the channel stuff and everything, are you gonna bring your old videos and stuff back up, or start fresh, or because like the collection video and stuff, like I like seeing that stuff.
Yeah, well the live streams are gone for the drama that came. The other videos are still there. They'll be coming back up as soon as we're at making sure that with us, what ended up happening is we had individuals that did things, and they apparently found this channel and started doing the same tactics that they did before. And this time it affected not just me and Nikki and just us, it affected our family. And
Okay.
and so and it affected my nieces. And so that became a major issue for me, because I was like, I kind of let my guard down with the channel because our community is so good. And I do have a standoffish type of personality a lot of times because I am very leery when it comes to social media. But
And for good reason.
Yeah.
I let my guard down, and there was some misinformation. Some people got into the thing who I was thinking was being one of the people, was one of the culprits. Ended up not being, which made me extremely happy because it means that our inner circle is real people. And what I mean by this, and I can share this, I'm just going to be blunt. Be careful with what you put out there, but understand that when you put it out there for social media, it is for anyone to take, manipulate, and change. And people are out there that will do it and try to pass it off as if you did it, and by how they edit things and how they do things and how they get certain words, phrases, and stuff like that. So you have to be very careful. But
Yeah, like buzzwords and stuff like that. Yeah.
But the thing is that with the thing that we've had problems with, there YouTube keeps up with IP addresses, and we were able to show through that this past time that the individuals had shown back up. They had befriended me once again, and acting as if they were somebody else. Turned out they're the same person. So yeah, so be very, very, very careful. Extremely careful.
Yeah, so like that's one of the things where I myself, I tend to talk before I think about what I'm about to say. So I've learned with my wife that she's kind of taught me to not do that and to think first and then say. So sometimes because my my thing about the internet and everything is that you put something out there, it's out there forever.
Mm-hmm.
And whether it's on your own channel, whether you delete a Twitter post, whether you make a fake, like I'm a very much a firm believer that Facebook itself is just pure evil.
Yeah.
It doesn't cause anything but drama. It doesn't. You'll never find me on Facebook. In fact, like I told the story before, but like I used to be on Facebook, and I deleted it. And then I used to be on Facebook again because I was like, okay, fine, I'll come back. Everybody's on there, whatever. And then, it was all right. Like, it was okay, kind of hanging out and stuff. Then I tried to join some clubs or groups. I don't think they were called clubs at the time, but groups and, various interests, usually Gundam plastic model kits, Transformers, stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And I had joined so many in a small amount of time, probably about 15 of them, 17 of them within about 15 or so minutes, because I was just like, because the clubs I was in, like nobody was really doing anything, right? So I wanted more interactivity. And so I joined them all. Well, 30 minutes later, like Facebook comes back and says, oh, well, we need to identify that you're a real person because you tried to do too much in a short amount of time. And so we need your driver license number and all that. And I was like, no, it's like, you're not getting any of that information. Yeah. So then they just, what they did was they deleted everything. Cause at the time, the second time I was on Facebook, you couldn't delete anything. You could only hide it. Right. And you had to go find how to delete it or whatever. So Facebook actually deleted me. And I was like, hey, that's fantastic. Because everything I posted, everywhere I was, every reply I made, all of that was gone. And I was just like, oh, well, okay, fine. You don't want me, I'm gone. So it was hilarious. I couldn't believe it. They did that for me.
See that to me that is awesome because I mean to me I don't do Facebook. I won't do Facebook. Nikki does. Ninja Bill does. Ninja Bill does a great job for Tales for Teledran. If you haven't seen it, go
For
check
Thank you.
businesses, it's a good thing, right? Because you're getting interactive with your actual consumer base, right? Or you should be. But they're also going to be very loud if something's wrong too. So.
Yes, and they will. But I'll give you at least. I can't really say a lot that happened because it's still under.
Oh no. Yeah, don't
You don't have
put
to
all
worry
that.
about it, dude.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
But I do want to. I can share how you should protect yourselves. And it becomes okay. I can share the old thing that happened on YouTube. I actually had another channel was very up there with a lot of subscribers. I didn't do toy reviews. I am a minister, and I had a YouTube channel that was for shut-ins and people that were stuck at home. And so I would do, lessons, or I would do a live stream and let those people come into the live stream, and kind of like what we're doing here. It's kind of the same format I used to do on that one.
Kind of like an indoor Sunday school kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay.
And, you could come in, you could ask questions, and I had people that were from atheists to people that were Buddhists, and they could come in and we would have open discussions and stuff like that. Well, a group of people came into this, which it became a living nightmare because the FBI got involved with what was going on. And you would, if I can't share all what actually transpired, but I can share with what happened to me and what I can share happened to me. I would send out care packages to people. Didn't ever think of it. You would sit there and say, "Hey, I'm a shut in. I kind of need this. Can you help out?" And
like toothpaste and stuff like that. Is that what you mean? Like what they do for soldiers?
yeah, toothpaste,
This
deodorant,
ain't right.
Bibles.
That ain't right. That ain't right. I'm doing something wrong. I'm doing something wrong.
Mm,
Oh.
that's right.
Really? His feet are just sticking out the back like that?
Yep.
Ninja Bill.
Really?
Yeah. That's how mine transformed. And I was like, holy crap, why didn't y'all just at least make it where they could fold up underneath the thing? Or yeah, that's it though. You got it.
Mother.
Hey, Ninja Bill. All you got to do is just say Bayverse.
Time to break out the instructions. I don't believe it, Fruit. That's
But what that's all. That's I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's how it transforms. But I would send out care packages like that, or in Bibles or books or whatever. And I was monetized. The channel was monetized, and so there was an income that came with that. So I used that to help others. And then you had this, and it was a group of people. It started off as like being like a troll, and they would have a troll account, and they would say things and do stuff, and you would block it, and they kept showing up. And then what they ended up doing is through Hangouts, and a lot of people don't know this. This is why we don't have Hangouts on YouTube.
I was right. That isn't right.
You could think,
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
is it not right? Okay, when you get it right, show me so I can do it. Because I try to do it the other way, what the images show, and I could never get his feet to fold. But and what ended up happening is that I had sent out a care package to one of these individuals, and in doing so, they found out where I lived.
The return address.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why I have a PO box now, which is the ACP PO box. And what ended up happening, they got that information, and then individuals that was in this group, which were from California to Texas to Pennsylvania to Utah to South Carolina, started sending things and doing things that at the time you would just overlook and be like, okay, it's just
Aha.
a prank or something like that. And then it became a to the point where there was these people had this belief, and the belief that they had is that Jesus Christ was already here, and he was in the flesh of this man that they were following, and he didn't like me because I was monetized and that I was profiting from being monetized.
Point to every evangelist ever.
Yeah, and I was like, and I at first I was very, very transparent. I showed what we made, and I showed where it went, and it wasn't like I was getting paid $1,000 from YouTube. I had 17,000 subscribers, and I only made $100 a month off of it. So you weren't getting rich. Oh, so it does fold all the way. How'd you get it to fold up?
Very carefully, and by slightly overbending the plastic. See,
Because I was
you fold up the back feet, right? Okay, all the way, and then when you're folding these pieces here, you've got to place them over those feet. Well, that means you actually have to stretch out the plastic a bit to get them over it right.
I thought I was going to break it if I did that.
Yeah, it works. You have to kind of stress the plastic a little bit, but it does have give. And then you seat everything so it's as seamless as you can get it. There, that's a little bit better, like that.
That's the best right there in that mode.
Yeah. So I don't like these things down here. I guess it's for his alternate combined mode, but it isn't bad. I mean, I like to look at this thing. I do. I like to look at this thing a lot, but this is the mode I'll probably keep it in for the rest of the time I own it. I'll be honest with you, is that robot mode. It's imaginative. Let's leave it at that.
The only one I thought that looked good was the long haul one. I almost picked that one up and used it as like a cannon fodder.
I have a feeling that would be a very easily breakable piece for a lot of people. The Mack truck symbol going on right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I dig it. I dig it. I like the way he looks. I was like, okay, I could probably do a nice custom with this. But you know what? With exception of a bit more silver in a few places, this thing is, and a bit of black here and there, this thing is pretty awesome. And in vehicle mode. Chrome those stacks out, maybe.
Here, I'm squinting my eyes. I forgot to make it work. Well, now I got it where it's big.
Chrome those stacks, maybe.
Oh, nice.
Add a little bit of chrome details to the doors here and there. Yeah, it's not bad. Again, I feel that Mack truck symbol would go the way of the Dodo if I'm not careful.
Yeah, and
I didn't even notice that painted in windshield wipers. A bit of a scuff or something on that one window. I'm not sure my camera's picking it up, but it's right there. See that?
Oh yeah.
The chip in the plastic. Huh.
Well, that just ruined the whole figure, Ninja Bill. You're gonna have to make a rant about that.
Yeah. So that's how it's supposed to look, ACP, right there.
That back end looks it looks like there's a tiny little robot folded in there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a robot's butthole.
Yeah. I suppose you could ankle these back a bit, I suppose, if you don't want them straight up. And now you know what? That isn't too bad, I guess, either way.
Man, that gives up like a whole new thing, even for like the Generation 1 Mixmaster. It's just like, where is he getting all those chemicals from? I rarely see him loading them in.
Yeah. I don't like all this kibble underneath because it barely has any clearance because of that right there and his shin guards right over here. Look at those things. Yep. And there's nothing you can do about them. There's no way to fold them back or up or slot them but there they are. Look at that. They barely have. He doesn't have any clearance for his tires in the back. None. Wait a minute. 50 years old and I got to consult the damn instructions like I'm 10.
I'm always having to. I have not yet. I'm going to have to pick either your brain, Crimson, or I'm going to have to get input to help me talk me through.
Reverse the damn legs. Why didn't I think of that?
I'm sorry. Say again, ACP. I didn't hear you.
I said to get the peg smaller for grapple.
Oh, well, so what sandpaper do you have?
That's what I was going to ask. Because I don't know what to use for it or what to do.
Well, you don't really have to sand them down that much. I would say
Get a nail file.
You could, yeah, or like one of those 4-way buffers, right? But that may actually be simpler and cheaper. Is getting, it's like a little, you know what the 4-way buffers are, right? ACP.
I do.
Or,
I do.
okay.
Really
Yeah.
cheaper,
So those would
simpler
work.
and cheaper than a nail
Yes.
file. Really,
Yes.
really.
Yes.
Crimson.
Because
Wow.
because you can do it in all those different directions. The only thing is getting butting up as close as possible to the bottom of it, so you don't create a secondary lip, if you know what I mean. So, but
You can do that with a nail file. I have done that type of thing with a nail file. You just got to
Well,
be a lot more
but you want it
methodical
flush
about it.
though in the post.
Yeah,
so
you can
don't
do
wanna-
that with a nail file. You just have to be really methodical about it.
Right.
That's the only thing. The other way is easier than my suggestion. No doubt about it. I'm just saying you still can do it with a nail file.
Because I did transform him, and his pegs did go in, but I was very, 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 very careful at getting them back out just to see. And
Yeah.
it feels like it has this suction to it when you click in. It's like
Oh, yeah, I
It's
knew
because of
one
the pressure
that.
between the hexagons. So that's why it's just got to be just a little bit. You don't, because if you end up shaving off too much or sanding down too much, right?
Mhm.
Then what'll happen is that it'll just be too loose in there. Which honestly, like the people that have broken theirs, like the looseness doesn't really, like it's not a big huge factor, but you don't want both of them breaking. So you don't want to have that, because then you definitely won't have any kind of connection
right.
in vehicle mode.
Because that those pegs are actually very important pegs to his transformation. So, keep everything
Well,
together, really.
they are because of the way the arm kind of situation is. So, but yeah, I mean it's if you just get one of the 4-way buffers, use the coarsest, right, and you just kind of slowly go around it, and you're just kind of going back and forth with the buffer and stuff. So, but yeah, like Input and I, like if you want to set that up or something, let us know.
Honestly,
when
the best
you get one
tool
of those.
I hate to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt. Honestly, the best tool for the job is you get yourself a Dremel tool, all right? Buy
Okay.
yourself a couple of sanding wheels, all right? Those will work just as well. Your only problem is you have to know how to control while you're using it. And I'm not talking about the speeds or anything. I mean actually holding it, moving it around it,
that's-
maneuvering around a surface.
But that I have that, and I thought about doing that, and that just seemed, because one slip, one shake of the hand, that would take more off than you would want.
Right.
That's why
right.
I said you have to be careful. So I used to use my Dremel tool a lot for sanding down figures before I prepped them for paint, but I stopped doing it because sometimes, I'll be frank, I used to do model cars and Gunpla, and one time I was working on a desk size CS,
Mhm.
and a Hell Custom actually, and I accidentally cut part of a leg off with my sander. The right leg on it, and I was like, oh man. And I couldn't just go get that one single part. No, I had to order a whole new kit. It was a bummer. But that said, the extra kit gave me, along with some other kits I had, custom Gundam. So that was always great too, making your own custom mobile suits. So that's just the thing people do. And most people don't think about it, but sprues, believe it or not, in Gunpla, sprues are a value commodity because you can make a lot of stuff with a sprue. A lot of stuff. You could make weapons. You could make pieces, or make the insides of your models sturdier. When you're gluing them together, you can actually have them more sturdy using sprue pieces, glued inside it, sort of as a skeleton. You can make skeletons for the Gunpla with sprues. It's crazy amount. There are people who frankly didn't know. It's like, wait, you can make a skeleton inside there? Oh, yes, you can with the sprue. Absolutely.
So
And no,
because I used wire, like heavy duty wire, when I would put inside of them to keep the
like planter's wire.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that would
Yeah.
be
That's good too.
Yeah, and that's what I would use for. I don't have any of my Gundams anymore. They kind of the same thing that Triple R deals with his collection. That's the one thing, other than certain comic books, my collection went away, and I had never got back into it. But yeah, I used to. That was a lot of fun. And then you paint them, and
wiring is definitely better than sprue. Sprue, if you use sprue to make your skeleton, it's fixed. It's non-movable at that point. It's fixed, unless you're just using it to buffer the pieces, to stabilize and strengthen the various plastic parts. If you're just doing that to strengthen them, then you can leave the joints alone. But once you try to make it a skeleton, it'll be a little stiffer than you're used to. So wiring in that aspect is better. But and I don't know why I gave. Now I'm talking about it. I can't remember why I stopped. Well, I know I stopped. Is I had to make a choice. It was either my Gundam collection or my Transformers collection, and I was more passionate about Transformers than I was with Gundam. And I had an equal size collection. I had hundreds of kits. Okay, hundreds of them. Hundreds of them, and plus that's not even counting all the PVC figurines, that you could buy at the action figures. Right. I even have a very rare, and I just gave it all to my brother, but a very rare Wing Gundam action figure is a 14-inch action figure, and what's a 16-inch? Yeah, 16-inch action figure. Apparently it was pretty rare. I didn't even realize it, I just bought it when I was over there in Japan, and I had to make a choice because like all collectors, eventually you have to decide, you have to step back and say to yourself, where am I going to put this?
Or when I was able to actually work and do stuff, we had finances that we could just collect whatever we wanted, and
disposable income.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we don't have any kids. We were like, Nikki was teaching, I was working in the movies, and we had extra money all the time, and I always would buy something, and wherever I went, and I would bring it home, something for Nikki, or books and stuff like that. I would buy. And I looked at it one time, and I was like, and then all of a sudden, when I got my heart issue and was out of work, Nikki was still working, and we were like, okay, we can still go and buy comic books, and we can still get what kind of action figures. And we kind of stayed with Transformers because we both loved it. And now we're both going again. We're going, okay, now it's time to cut back again. What's our cap for Transformers? So it's been, it's a learning curve. It's something that I think, I think a lot of people should have it at least once in their life. Is that a little bit of money that's tight to figure out, make sure you're going in the right direction. But yeah, I had to give up the Gundam. I had to give up my Ninja Turtles. I would not give up my He-Man, and I wouldn't give up my Transformers. I gave up G.I. Joe. Gosh knows. I'm looking at my room here, and I put them all up on the wall. I realized I had so many different action figures. Dennis Crims is a box. He opens up this box, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I was like, "What?" He has a hot rod. He's got. Oh my god! I was like, I kept getting the picture kept getting bigger, so I could try and see what else you had in there. I was like, I wouldn't know what to do with a box like that. Nobody was saying, I forgot I had this. I was like, holy shit! I would be like, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Well, it was like, so there. See, that's the whole thing, right? Like, I've always kind of collected a lot of stuff, and I've had a varied amount of interests, and so when I was collecting Transformers, I was collecting it like hardcore, like that wheelie, that old. We're not talking about no Titans Return or Combiner Wars. We're talking about like old school Little Tiny Universe wheelie,
Yeah.
and it was hard finding that guy. And I didn't like him, didn't like Wheelie at all, but I had to have him, right? Because he's in the '86 movie. So I had the hardest time trying to find that little dude. I was lucky to have gotten Jazz and Hound in those little versions, but I never saw a Prowl, never could get the little Megatron gun from the Reveal the Shield, never could find that little guy. And so when I got Wheelie, I was really excited. Well, then I was just like, oh, well, he doesn't fit anywhere. So, because like the classics ones I had, like those cars are huge. Now in the movie, he's really tiny. He's a little tiny little car. But it's still just like, well, now I got him, and now I'm like, he goes in a box. Like, I don't want to see him. Plus, I didn't have a Blur at the time either. So, because I kind of felt if I was going to have Wheelie, he was going to be next to Blur. Because whatever reason, they put both of them together after the movie. But so when I was opening that up, because the whole deal is like, I'm trying to rearrange my office, my studio, into more of an interactive display. And so I've got more displays, like shelving made, but I'm trying to get, the Siege stuff. Like, I just went all in, and I hadn't done that in a Transformers line, and I don't know when. I feel like I've never done that except for Machine Wars. I don't think I've ever gone all in on a toy line. And so it just like, I started opening those boxes and I was like, man, I didn't even remember this. Like, I knew that Classics Optimus still in the box was there. The Battle for Autobot City with Skywarp and Ultra Magnus, the Classics repaint. Like, I knew those were still in there, but I was like, what is all this animated stuff? Like, I don't even remember these things. Like, why did I buy that? Like, because it's not on clearance. There's no clearance sticker on it. So I must have bought it just because it was the only thing there at the store, if I remember correctly. So, but because it's just like, it was an addiction. It's just like, I gotta have the next Transformer fix. Whoa, that was loud.
That's what I was about to say. I was looking for the button. I was like, whoa, I'm awake. I promise. I'm awake. I wasn't asleep. He's talking about Transformers. I'm not going to go to sleep on that. That's how I'm going to be honest. I mean, I've always bought. For me, it was like, okay, which characters do I like? Which characters am I going to want to transform the most?
Yes.
And that's the ones that I would look at and I would purchase and I would have in my collection. Now, when it came to Ninja Turtles and He-Man, I went all in, man. I would try to get.
I hate to interrupt again, but I got to split for a while. So thank you very much for inviting me. I hope everyone has a really great evening. Solmus, welcome, by the way. I just saw you pop in, and we'll see you all later. I got to split for a bit.
All right.
So
all right. We'll
later.
See you in a bit.
All right. See you, Ninja
Thank
Bill.
you everyone for the birthday wishes once again. Very nice of you. Thank you very much.
Ooh, happy birthday, brother.
Happy birthday.
And so I would, we would pick and choose because both me and Nikki are collectors, and she's got things that she likes that I'm like, and I got things I like, and she's like, oh. So
right.
So we've got to split what we were getting a lot of times. So, but right now, what we are doing is we are converting one of the rooms into Nikki's and my sister. They're doing like soaps and salves and stuff like that. So we're changing one of the rooms here at the house because we have more rooms since we don't have the nieces to do so. So it's going to be like their little workplace. And we were going through that, and I found like I should take pictures. I put them in the comic room at the moment. But I got all these big clear totes. I probably will take a picture and let y'all see the totes that were in this one room, in this one closet that we forgot was even there. And there's like a Spike doll, puppet doll from Buffy.
Wow.
And it's a hand puppet. And I was like, oh my gosh. And we were looking through this stuff and we were like, holy crap. I don't remember when we got this. When did we get this? And it was, and then I saw your pictures, and I was like, "Hey, look, Nikki, we're not all the ones that just found some stuff."
Well, and that's here's like my deal. Like, is that if you have it right, like, okay, Siege was an exception to the rule, and otherwise I was like you. I was collecting stuff that I liked, characters I appreciated, except for Wheelie, but like. That like I would collect the ones that these look cool, or that's awesome, cool. I don't have a Sideswipe, I don't have a Sunstreaker. Like Classics was pretty crazy because they were doing all these cool things, but like with Grimlock and Classics, I didn't really want that Classics Grimlock. I didn't really want that figure because I had my G1. So this was an interesting interpretation, but there's no media for me to consume that has that version of that Classics Grimlock. Right. So when I started picking and choosing a lot more, not just because, could you imagine when deluxes were like I remember Deluxe Baldwin mentions that they were like $8 or $7.99. I don't remember that, but I do remember them being $9.99. And when it jumped up to $10.99, I remember there being, oh crap, man, that's too expensive. But it was only $1 more. But it's like, when does it stop? Right now we're at $20, right? So,
I know, and that's a big deal because that's something me and Nikki talked about. We were like, both of us, we went all in for Siege because one, it was Siege. These characters had never been in this type of mode before. This is the war for Cybertron. Finally, be able to reenact this.
Yes, and the quality of the figures. Was out of this world.
Yes.
I've told Input this. I've said because did you guys ever collect, like when they were in stores? Did you guys collect the Combiner Wars, the Titans Return, and Power of the Primes?
Yes, we did get, and I think it was Sardo. Sardo was like me. Power of the Primes and the Combiner Wars is what brought me back into. Focusing primarily on Transformers, other than from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the other stuff. I quit buying that stuff and started focusing more on getting the characters there. I go back and look at those characters, going, "Oh God, what was I thinking?" But they were only at the time $15.
Right.
Well,
see what's funny about that is, whoops.
Settle down, Patrick.
That was a lamp. That was a lamp that fell. That's all right, though. It wasn't turned on, so it's okay.
It's all right, guys. He hit it with his tail when he was moving around.
That is literally what happened. My tail just knocked out a light. Well, I forgot what I was going to say. So like Classics. Right, like I'm buying those. I've been collecting and buying like G1, Generation 2, Beast Wars, Machine Wars, Beast Machines. Although Beast Machines, I was very, very selective because some of those toys were crap. But
fucking horrible.
Particularly the Maximals. The Maximals were very awful.
Weren't they? Oh my gosh,
they were so terrible. That's just. Bad memories. So then like the Unicron trilogy happened, and I get it. It was Robots in Disguise. That's right. We had Robots in Disguise first, and that was cool. And I got some of those. Those are really neat figures. They're still neat to this day because Ninja Bill mentions like how high quality they were. They really are, like even by today's standards.
Oh, they are. And the sad thing is I actually walked away from Transformers at that time. Because, well, first of all, I was newly married, and second of all, I tried to get into the cartoon, and I was like, at the very beginning, it was just way too kiddie.
Yes.
It gets better later on, because I've gone in and actually watched it. It got a lot better later on, but those early episodes, I was just like, and I would see.
It was kind of like Koji, right? Like, where is this kid's parents, right? Like, this seems like some kind of child endangerment thing. Koji, we've got to go defeat the Predacons. I'd be like, what are you talking about, Optimus Prime? I got to go to school.
Right? I was like, where's the choice? I was a teacher at the time going, yep, this is what happens when you let TV teach kids. They just run off big robots and fight.
Exactly. Well, but that was the Pokemon thing, right? Like, where were their parents? Although there's like a huge backstory where there was a war beforehand, but that's not the point. Like, you just have these kids wandering out in the wilderness with wild animals fighting other wild animals.
throwing balls at them. I mean, really, there's a
Yeah.
there, right there. Hey, go tame that animal with some balls. Here you go. Pow! I mean, but no, and I get it for a lot of the guys that love that. But for me, it got me out of it because see, I went and watched the Japanese stuff. I hunted down the friggin' VHSs. We had something was called Media Play where I live, and I would make a stop every time, and the guy would be like, "Dude, just got your next thing." I would be one of the guys that they would actually order the videotapes for, and we're talking about these videotapes weren't cheap back then. You know, a videotape, you know, you would think, oh, this is going to be cheap. No, they were $30-something. So this was, I mean, I had money that I could just burn like that, and I would watch those and love them, and you know, have to, you know, just read them. And then I was like, oh, we're finally getting another Transformers cartoon, and that one came out, and I was like, oh God, why are we getting this Transformers cartoon? Because it was just so childish at first. The figures looked great, but I just at that time I kind of had just walked away from Transformers for a little bit because I was like, it's not for me anymore. It's for a newer generation. I'm glad it is. I'm glad that you know, this is going to be for another generation. That's how I felt about the Michael Bay stuff. It's for another generation. It's not for me, but there's going to be characters I'll get out of that line, which I did. I did get certain characters, you know, out of it, but it just never ever just like screamed at me to get. And so I actually missed the Cybertron trilogy completely because me and Nikki were out of not watching cartoons or anything like that completely. So the cool thing now is that, you know, on the Tubi, Nikki's been getting caught up on a lot of the stuff now too. And she's like, you stick with it for a while, it gets better. I said, but that was the problem, having to stick with it until it got better.
Well, and you know, so Beast Machines kind of killed, I think, a lot of the steam, right,
Yes.
for Transformers. And you know, it's not the creators' fault. Hasbro allowed that to happen with their intellectual property, and they said it's something new, it's something fresh. Go for it. Let's try to add a religious aspect to Transformers and see what happens. And it went on for 52 episodes, right? Like, I mean, it was successful enough to stay on the air and continue to be animated, and the toys were selling. And I personally think they sold more Viacons than they ever did Maximals.
I did too.
Because that was a series where, like, I rooted for the Viacons rather than the Maximals.
I know.
But so then when they brought Robots in Disguise, I was like, oh, cool. Like, they're vehicles again. Now, I was totally against Fire Convoy. I was totally against a fire truck, but because I was like, that's supposed to be Inferno. But one of my friends had said to me, is like, well, it seems like it would make more sense in being, you know, a fire truck because that's an emergency, that's a rescue, you know, vehicle. And like a semi would just kind of cause more problems. And I was like, yeah, okay, I can see this. I'll go with that. Like, I still want the semi, but I understand a little bit more about it now.
Oh, I wish somebody said that to me because I was like, no, that's not Optimus Prime. First of all,
Yeah,
his mouth sucks. Why would he have that big ass there in the bottom line and his mouth opens to talk? That don't make no sense. He's all red. No. And that was my problem.
Right.
Yeah.
But then they had Scourge, right? Or Nemesis Prime, and I was just like, well, that's Generation 2 Laser Rod Optimus Prime. Like, that's one of my holy grails, is have a Generation 2 Laser Rod Optimus Prime mint in box. You know, I would love to get it. I don't know if I'd open it, because if it was mint in box, I'd feel like that's my holy grail. That's bigger than a Unicron to me. Like, that's like, oh, you know, like that's the one I could never get in the stores, right? Yep. But that being said, and plus I would probably be disappointed by the articulation and probably get a third party of it anyway, and you know, so that's kind of like it would ruin the dream, right? But I was like, when they had that Scourge, I was like, oh, cool. Why didn't they make Generation 2 Optimus Prime? They could have re-released that instead of the fire truck. And then a different friend said to me, he's like, well, because I was telling him about how I love Generation 2 Laser Rod Optimus Prime, and he was a fuel tanker and stuff like that. And he's just like, well, that seems kind of dumb. And I was like, well, why would that be? He's like, well, because if Megatron shot the fuel tanker, it'd blow up half the Autobots. And I was like, oh my God, you're right. Like, that is a terrible idea.
Right? and for me at that time, I was looking at Transformers, and I was like, it was that one moment where I was like, oh my God, I'm the old man. I am.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, oh shit, I'm complaining about a friggin' Transformer and toys, and I'm saying I can't relate to it. And I'm like, and Nikki and I laughed, and we were like, we're old. I was like, oh God, we are. Because, and that was a thing that done. That's when I walked away from Transformers. I actually walked completely away from Transformers. And I put more of my energy into action figures that you had to order from the comic book store and stuff like that, and statues. I focused on statues and stuff, and so I missed that whole Transformers. I mean, the only one I ever got out of the Armada was Nikki got me Optimus Prime because he was finally in a red truck again, a red cow,
right?
And she got me Unicron because we both love Unicron. We that to her and I, Unicron is like the greatest Transformer. I mean, we both love how he's like, you will do as I say and I can control you. And then he gets his head blown up and his head's still around. He's like, I still can F you up. And I'm just ahead. But she got me that, and I was surprised. And he stayed in the box. He stayed in the box till this year. I opened him up this year because of our community and stuff. Just the kindness and helping out. And I was like, you know what? I want to see him. I want to enjoy him. So I opened him up. And I don't regret it. He stands as my number one. Even right now during the Siege War, he is standing right there with the characters in Siege, looking down at them. But it was I saw the Titans, and first of all I saw the 30 anniversary ones, and I saw Chromia, and I saw Windblade, and I was like, oh, it's Filmbots. I have to get these. And he was like, oh yeah, they're Filmbots. So we got them. Those are still in the package. We've never opened those up. And we were like, okay, now we're getting this to Transformers. And then I saw Thundercracker, and then I started getting some Bumblebees and stuff like that.
Yep.
And we kind of walked away from it a little bit because, again, they were starting to do more of the cartoon stuff, and we really went into those designs, so we kind of walked away. But then all of a sudden,
which one? Like animated, you mean?
Animated. The only one I got animated and I gone back. I wish I tell you right now, it was my biggest mistake walking away, because animated, watching it was what I thought Transformers should be. I love the fact that you had Ratchet was somehow the old Ratchet from the G1, and I was going, why didn't I know this when this was out? What I ended up getting the Megatron. I ended up getting Optimus Prime. I got the Bumblebee, and I got the Grimlock, and I got all the Dinobots that came out of that line. But overall, I was like, well, going back and watching that, I was like, now this is the Transformers that they should be. So that has now been my thing, to go back and find the issues or the characters from the animated, because I only have that handful, and seeing them and playing with them and transforming them, they're actually really fun, surprisingly.
See, and that's like, so Car Robots kind of, I got into some of those, right? And then they did okay, I get kind of confused when Animated and Prime and the movies came out, because I think there was the Armada trilogy. Armada, to me, it was actually animated to look for like for an American audience. It was not as anime style as even Car Robots was animated really well, but it wasn't meant for us. But we imported it anyway. But Armada was kind of, I hate to say it, but it was dumbed down as a cartoon production cost wise to make the toys a little more engineered, and they were blockier, but they had more plastic. They were bigger. They were, bigger than you'd had before, right? Bigger than Beast Wars, bigger than, like, they were as a toy themselves. They had a lot more moving parts to speak. So but that's where I started dipping out, right? Because I was like, I spent all this money on Robots in the Skies. Now we're going to the Unicron trilogy. I remember that Armada Prime. I didn't like that vehicle mode at all. I love the trailer, but I didn't like the vehicle mode. I wanted a flat nose Prime, even though I love the laser rod, right? That's not a flat nose, but I wanted a flat nose Prime, and it wasn't doing it for me. I didn't like Hot Shot. I felt like he was a Bumblebee imposter, which what he was trying to be anyway. But like, because I like the way they did Cheetor, right? Like Cheetor was kind of a blend between Bumblebee and Hot Rod, and I think that worked better than the Hot Shot did. But so then I kind of dipped out. Like, I don't remember Energon, and I'm sure a lot of other fans don't remember Energon. Like, because I think the time slot kept changing around because they were losing ratings and stuff like that. So then you had the Cybertron, and now those toys looked cool, but I still didn't buy a lot of them. I got that Thundercracker or whatever you saw in my unboxing, or I don't know, unboxing, but like my unpacking in the pictures. And I got the Unicron, because that's the first time we've ever gotten a Unicron, right? So I totally had to get that with Armada as well. So I forget about those.
And like Larkin said, they lost Bumblebee for a time to trademark. And okay, so that's why Hot Shot.
That makes more sense, yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering that too, because but yeah, I mean, the animated I missed, but then when Prom came out, and this was the thing that killed me about Where We Live. When the Prom came out, the cartoon series, and it was really good, a good story arc, and I loved the animation, but nowhere Where We Live will carry the figures. Because
Toys R Us was seemed to be the only place that was carrying them, because they'd been burned on all the Energon stuff and all the exclusive. Remember all those Universe exclusives? What Walmart had, like the Generation 2, or not Generation 2, but like the Winter Soldier, or Winter. I'm trying to think of Winter Camo Bruticus sets. Like that was all Walmart stuff, and they were kind of inundated with all this shelf warming and peg warmers. And so they didn't want to take a chance on Prime, but Toys R Us did.
Yeah, and I do not have one Prom figure. And that's
I only have one, and it's oh crap, just forgot his name. Who's the red car? Somebody tell us.
Oh, it's Sasaway?
Mechanic guy. Nope. Red car on the Decepticon side. I can't remember him.
Oh, why can't I got his face? I got his attitude.
I can show. No, not on the Decepticon side, Larkin. On the Decepticon side. It's not Crosshairs. It's I can't believe I just went blank on it. I'm looking right at him.
Clifton got killed early on. That was
he was. Yeah, he was in that first episode.
Yeah, I was shocked. I was like, oh my gosh, man, they just killed an Autobot, and not just a nobody Autobot, but an Autobot that there's a lot of fans for. But that was a series that I enjoyed. I love the zombie side, where the Dark Energon.
Knockout. Knockout. That's who I have. My first and only Transformers Prime figure is Knockout, and he's a pretty cool figure. I like him.
Yeah, because there was the RC, but see, nobody carried it, and like you said, it was Toys R Us, and the closest Toys R Us at that time, the closest Toys R Us for us was an hour and 15 minutes away, and so so for
and that was the problem, right? Because they're not as prolific as a Walmart, or even at the time Kmart, so. If you weren't in those two stores, it was hard to get out to a bunch of people. So,
And I look at that and I'm going, that's the one thing I don't want to see Transformers ever go back to, where it's just that small, limited. But at the same time, I don't want them to saturate themselves.
That's what Siege has done. They've gone to a smaller line, right? So a small, like not as many characters, so smaller waves, and that's how they've gotten into stores now, because stores are more likely to carry, okay, let's get just a sampling of the smaller 3 or 4 figures or 6 figures, and not the 12 or 14 different Bumblebees on top of that. And that's, I think, is the reason why Transformers has stayed so well in this newer toy line, because of they have a smaller wave set.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly on that, because and to be honest, we got more deluxes than we did Voyagers, and we got more. And that typically wasn't the case back in the other Transformers. You would have more of a Voyagers than the others. And
because that's where they want to make their money on it. That's where their profit was on it, right? Like sell a bunch of Starscreams, sell a bunch of Megatrons and Primes, and look at Beast Wars. Like, why was Optimus? I mean, we get Megatron was big; he's a T-Rex, and he was big in the show. But Primal, he should have been a deluxe, but he wasn't. Right. Or a Mega, maybe a Mega sized at the time, like Inferno sized, but he wasn't, and they decided to make him an Ultra, so that you had to pay more to get that leader character.
Mm-hmm. And that's something, and that was the thing Nikki and I were coming to. We look at our finances now. Our family members do surprise us with Transformers. They and friggin' Triple R is like the man. I'm so happy because he is. Blue Streak is one of my favorite Autobots, and he's the one Autobot that I never had or never bought because I never saw him the way I did in the cartoons. And then they came out with the 35th anniversary, and I was like hell bent. I was 3 hours away from the house and we found it. And Nikki was like, we're tapped out. I was like, then it's going to go in my pants and we're going to run out of this place. I mean,
you're going to find out like why they call him the Streak.
Exactly. And Nikki was like, no, we're not doing that. So, but we did. We kind of, scrounged enough, went to the car, saw what we had. It was funny when we bought it because we had all this change and stuff that was in the car. And the lady at Walmart was like, I ain't counting that shit. So I got him, and I just couldn't open him. I wanted to open him, but I was like, it's the only one I found that's 35th anniversary. And when Triple R sent me that one, I opened it up. He's got the pristine. Nikki's like, oh my God, he's like your holy grail. It's like, he's beautiful because he's going right here.
The red really pops on him too.
It does. It absolutely.
I'm looking at him right now. I went over to my shelf to go look at him.
Yeah, that red. And I saw that, they painted his forms, and I thought that would bother me. But I looked at it, it's like, well, the paint that they use is really good sheen. It gives this nice sheen look to it when the light hits it. He actually just really pops. I set him next to the other guys, and he actually stands out even more so than Smokescreen, because I think that red and he has the shoulder cannons and he's got the gun in his hand. I think he's the only one that comes with all three others.
Him and Smokescreen, they come with the same thing, but Blue Streak has the best because that silver gun, it's not chrome, which is fine. I'm totally fine with that. That helps me as an animator so it doesn't reflect me in the camera. But that silver looks beautiful on it, and I think Blue Streak has the best weapon of all 4 of them. I think Barricade has the best translucent purple on him, best color scheme. Smokescreen looks the brightest, and that face sculpt is just dead on perfect for him.
Yes, it is.
But my Prowl, so I love Prowl, and I was like, why does he not look as good as the rest of them? Like, I want Prowl to look good too, and it's because of his windows, because of when he's in robot mode. Because remember, majority of us tend to display him in robot mode. He needs to have those blue windows on his knees, on his calves. And so when I use that translucent Tamiya paint over it, and of course I got it masked and everything with painter's tape, it really made it pop. And in vehicle mode, it looks even better with that blue on it. And I was just like, why didn't Hasbro just do that? Because that's my issue with the Earthrise Wheeljack is don't give me a smoke colored plastic, give me a clear plastic, at the very least a clear plastic, so I can paint it whatever color I want. But it really needs that blue to match that cartoon. And I get they did the Earthrise Wheeljack because that's how the G1 toy looked. But I'm like, no, the fandom's going toward cartoon accuracy. You're messing this up, guys.
Right. And when you look at this and you go, okay, for me, and I'll say this again. I said this to Ninja Bill. I like the Prowl from Cyberverse a lot better than I do the Prowl from the season.
Why is that? Because of the blue. That blue looks good on him. The windows make it. Sometimes it's those subtle cuddles. Those subtle colors that make such a big difference on that. That's why you'll see like stuff like, like that 35th anniversary Prime really pops with those blue windows on them, and with that kind of shell. It's got a whole cells shaded look, but it's still that blue looks really, really good on just those chest windows, and that's a cartoon look, 100%.
Oh yeah, and to be honest, that's what I wish they would go a little bit more towards. If they're going to use a lot of paint outs and stuff like this, make it where it pops. It's not dull. It's not. That's the one problem I will say I have with Grapple is I think that dark blue cab on his chest just does not work. He looks good, and the rest of it's painted, and I'm just like, I think I would have been just as happy if it was clear. Or they just use their plastic and they just painted the plastic.
I mean, Generation 2 Smokescreen or the Covert clone. Sorry, not Smokescreen. Generation 2 Sideswipe or Covert clone Sideswipe from the 2-pack on Amazon. That has a beautiful translucent red plastic for his windshield, and underneath it is painted silver. So when it's painted silver like that, it really pops all those details, all those mold details that are underneath that, and then it reflects back the over through the translucent red. Red Alert, in the cartoon, he usually had kind of gray, kind of colored windows. They were not so much tinted, but he's got a smoke colored on his, and I have no problem those not being blue. It would be cool if they were blue, but that's not what he had in the cartoon, right? It's not something that's, indicative of that character.
Right. And that was the thing with this line here. It made it where I'm not a completist, but it did make me sit here and buy characters that I typically had always just overlooked. Characters that I would not have typically have ever purchased.
Impactor, would that be one? Yeah.
Impact,
I would have never bought an Impactor. I saw the BotCon one years ago. There's a third-party one out there. Never really had an interest in the character because I hadn't read the comics, but I read about him. It's kind of like, I need kind of, a better figure or a cheaper price or something, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so when he was announced, I was like, oh, that's cool because, he's going to be well engineered. And then I see the hollow thighs, and I'm like, what are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? So that was something where I had to get an upgrade kit, but I still like that character and I still like that figure. But the upgrade kit makes a big difference.
Yeah, and that's my goal because that's in my budget for next month is to get the upgrade kit for him. But I saw the third party one. MGO had done a review on it, and I remember seeing it, and I like purple, and orange is one of my favorite colors. Yeah. And I was just like, I don't know who he is. It doesn't resonate with me. And I looked at the price for the third party at the time, and I was like, I could afford it, but I was like, do I want to? And I was like, no, I don't. But then the Siege Line one comes out, and I'm absolutely 100% in agreement with you. That's why I'm going to get it next month, the upgrade kit. And the reason why I saw him, and I was like, okay, I now know who you are because I've read the comics. Not a big fan of you, but I get where you come from. You're a very interesting character, and and that figure just like there's something about it with him in the Siege, and it just looks like he's a bulldozer type feel, ready to run you over, type of character.
Yeah.
And then you get him in, and he has those hollow thighs, and I'm going, why did you do this, Hasbro? Why do you not make this little flap or something? Because there's nothing that fills in there.
So here's what's weird about this, and I think I'm trying to remember who I was talking to about this, but I don't know. Sometimes I repeat the same things. But so I don't know if you know this, but I don't really ever see anybody really talk about it. But John Warden and the girl that was also helping the production team, I think her name was Cameron or something like that. But they were they were being interviewed. This is way early on, but it was after a wave or so of Siege, and they were talking with him about what's coming out, what's new, what you got down the pipeline and stuff. And they were talking about, they were like, we can't tell you, but one of the things we can say is that we added a fourth wave to Siege, and we weren't going to do that. It was just going to be like 3 pretty solid waves, and then we added a fourth wave because of the fan response was so overwhelmingly positive. Obviously different than what they'd gotten probably with Combiner Wars and some of the Titan Wars hollowness, but they were just very overwhelming. So that's why you get Astro Train and Spinister with Earth modes. They were supposed to be an Earthrise. Eight Face was probably supposed to be an Earthrise with Snapdragon, because it doesn't make any sense to split them up, right?
Exactly.
So those, and even though there is kind of a fifth wave, right, of Siege, but if you look at the waves, they split them up, so they probably would have had more characters in that second and third wave. Because why was Mirage, Impactor, and Barricade by themselves? They already made their money off of the Barricade mold, right? So Prowl, they already made their money off of that. That was probably a freebie. They could have added in a couple of more, and so they kind of spread it out. Now Omega Supreme did get pushed back, because that's at the same time MP44 was coming out and the Unicron was going on. So they pushed it back because, I don't know.
I was glad they
didn't have money for it.
You're right. I was glad they did push it back, because at the time, I had money saved up for it, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's going to go to that, but I've got to go ahead and get the Siege Jetfire, and I'm like, gosh knows, he looks just like he should have always looked. And so my money immediately, I split it at that moment, and I got him. When I finally saw what he's going to look like, I saw how good he looked, I was like, I've got to get him. And I'm glad I did, because looking back on it, I was like, yeah, I would have loved to have had an Omega Supreme. Love it.
Right.
But that Jetfire, to me, was worth every penny I put towards it. And if I
absolutely.
And if I missed out on Omega Supreme, well, I got a great damn figure, because it was worth it. He is absolutely, in my eyes, perfect, because I've played with the fans' toys, and I like it. It's very heavy. It's very bulky. Beautiful figure. But it's a figure I would be terrified. If I did it, I would break it and be like, I just lost all that money. I just broke a $200-$300 toy.
It's very displayable, but the Skyfire or Jetfire from Siege is very playable.
Yes, I still put them down with all the drama that happened, and it really messes up with my OCD. And for a while there, with everything that had happened, it made me hard to trust. My trust for people kind of like shrunk down immediately. I
understand.
So what I ended up doing is he used the one figure that during this time, and Nikki was worried. She was very worried because of my OCD. I sometimes can become a recluse, kind of like I will go into a shell and not come out. And so she was really worried about that. But you guys are great. I mean, y'all still reaching out, talk with Nikki, helping me, because I mean, when it came from my family, it was like, oh God, this is not just affecting me. This is how the hell did this happen, type of thing. But it was Jetfire, and I'm not gonna lie, I was like a damn kid, and he went with us. he stayed in the car. I didn't like take him into my sister's house, but he did leave with us. And that might
Man, I'd be afraid of leaving him in the car. He'll be like, "You're coming with me."
But I'm like,
I'm gonna put you in this. I'm gonna put you in this little nap snack, okay, baby Yoda? Okay, baby Skyfire, you're gonna come with me.
and I know people will look at it, but oh my God, it's a toy, and you're not like a baby. But it was my comfort. If it aggravated me, I'd go look at it and go, I relive that enjoyment. I'd transform him. I'd sit there and have fun, and I wouldn't take him aside because I know if my nieces saw him, I would never get him back.
Yeah. Or they'll be like missing an arm and it'll be like, no.
I know, right? Oh God, wow.
They'll be like, no, wait, this will work. I'm gonna put him in some ice. We're gonna bury him down there. We'll make a couple of pot shots so it looks like Starscream shot at him.
He'll stay in my freezer for the rest of his life.
He's my fire in the sky diorama in my freezer.
Man. And Nikki was like, she's like, don't feel bad that you're having you're doing that. She says, I'm glad that you do. And I was like, what is that bag you're carrying around with you? And I'd be damned. She does crochet, and inside the bag there was this God, I'm gonna mess up the thing. I think it's like Rainbow Bright. It's a very old figure, a plush doll that I found for Nikki when I was working in a movie. She likes, I hope I'm saying the right characters, Rainbow Bright. She had like a rainbow outfit with the like a reddish, not reddish, but orangish hair and a ponytail. And that little thing was sitting in there, and I was like, aha. She's like, look, we all have our things that brings us comfort. And but
now Rainbow Bright is out of my wheelhouse of what I collect, but I am aware of Rainbow Bright.
She is for me too. That's what I said, man. Being married and her liking stuff like I like, that's always been a great thing. But there's certain things that I just won't buy. Now I will not lie. I won't lie. I'll be honest. I have become a brony, and I only get one of them, and that's Rainbow Dash. I think she rocks. I really do. Nikki made me watch.
Oh hell yeah, Rainbow Dash Brothers, man, Air 5.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. You like her too? Awesome, man. I do. I like that.
Now I only watched the first 2 episodes of Friendship is Magic, and I watched this documentary on Netflix of the Bronies, right? And I was like, what is going on? What is this? Like now I got to watch this show because I was just like, what? I want to know what the phenomenon is. So I watched the first 2 episodes, and I was like, okay, this is really cool, and these are some really good lessons to just teach kids, teach people, anything like that, right? And that's kind of like, it's kind of funny because it kind of like does kind of echo this little corner of the community that we have. And I could totally see how people get into the My Little Pony stuff, but I was like, I'm going to dip out after that second episode because I'm afraid that that's going to be another collection that would get out of control. But the character I identified with was Rainbow Dash, and she's pretty cool.
Oh, I totally agree. And I'll tell you what happened. I was at a comic show, and I was doing artwork, and I always do artwork for kids. Sometimes, yes, a mom and dad will tell a kid to come up to me and will say, hey, ask for this type of character because they don't want to pay for it, but I do free ones for kids. But I only do like headshots for kids, and I'll do more of a detail for adults when they're paying for it. But I want to make sure that the kid gets something in his hand. And I had these kids come up, several. They weren't together. It was periodically throughout the day. It was a 3-day show, and it was in Baltimore. And they kept asking for ponies. And I was like, so I would draw a horse and hand it to them. They're like, no, that's not what I want. And they'd be upset. And they would walk away.
That's too anatomically built really well. No, I need a shorter little horse that looks like it can't go very far.
And when the girls come up, I would like, I want My Little Pony. Well, I remember the 80s cartoon, so it was like, okay, I'll draw you My Little Ponies from the 80s. And I would have kids, like, they would get it, but you could tell that they were, like, devastated. And I finally, Nikki came up to the table, and I said, look, this is our first day. and I do all, it's free artwork for kids, but the artwork I'm doing for the kids is not making them too happy because they're not walking away with a smile on their face. And she was like, well, what are they asking for? I said, they come up and say, I want a pony. And Nikki was like, oh, they want My Little Pony. And I said, okay, I had a little girl ask for My Little Pony. I just for My Little Pony. And I pulled up my phone. I showed her what Nikki was like, no, honey, that's not what they're wanting. This is what. And I sat there. I felt so fucking bad. I really did. I sat there going, those poor daggum kids. They came by for free artwork. They're asking for a pony. I'm giving them a pony, but this definitely is a whole lot better than the pony I was giving them.
Maybe that'd be fun. I guess it's kind of akin to like, let's say you never knew about like the movies of Bayverse, right? And then like, oh, I want Optimus Prime. You draw Optimus Prime, and he's like a flat nosed truck. They walk away. They're like, he only has half a truck nose. He doesn't even have cool, awesome flames. I'm so disappointed. Thank you.
And so Nikki's like, this is what I've been watching. And I was like, oh, that's good. You go right ahead. You want to watch My Little Pony? You go right ahead, baby girl. And she was like, you need to watch it with me. And I was like, look, I love you. I do. And I know that our vows say something in there that a guy always make you happy. So I'm going to draw a line on a girl's cartoon. And she's like, it's not a girl's cartoon. And I was like, yes, it is. And she's like, watch one episode. I watched the first episode. Actually, I watched the second episode first before I watched the first episode because Nikki had it on put it up on Netflix and on the phone. So while we're there, I'm like looking at my phone. I watched the second episode and I was like, I'm confused. All of a sudden, this cool ass black horse lady shows up and she's kicking ass, but I don't know how that we got here. And Nikki looked at me. She says, honey, look, you're on episode 2. So I went back, watched episode 1, rewatched episode 2, and I was hooked. I will not lie. We have a shitload of My Little Ponies here at the house. A shitload. Because for Nikki and I, it became like Transformers. And for Nikki, it was really fun because Nikki was like, she's got all brothers and all her cousins are all guys. So she never had any girls. She never got girl toys. She always got boy toys. She was fine with that when she didn't like G.I. Joe. She cried when she got G.I. Joe one year. And they're like, what did you really want? And she was like, Santa Claus, I told her I wanted a hot rod. And she's like, I remember looking at her, one of her letters to Santa that her parents still had. And it's a Transformer. So it's like, yeah, my white ride fucking rocks. And then on there was this rainbow. Oh God, I won't forget the name again. Rainbow Bright and My Little Pony and Care Bears is what she asked for. She didn't get any of them. She got a Transformer.
Aww.
She was happy with it. So when I would go around, I knew what she didn't get whenever she was a kid. So when I was on sets, or I would go to these antique shops, or I would, go to these different places, and I would find something that she was looking for when she was a kid, I would get it for her. And My Little Pony came out, and Nikki was like, I'm not going to be buying any more of the superheroes. I've already got all my Green Lanterns. I've got all the Rainbow Green Lanterns. She says, I've got all those figures. She still has those all in the box, by the way, which she told me, she asked me, she says, can I take them out and put them in the studio room? I was like, yeah, we could do that. So when I get stuff, I'll show y'all all, because right now, the only thing that's up there is, for some reason, a tulip bulb. Why the hell?
Is that where your bucket's at?
I got to show this. Nobody's gonna believe this. I just happened to look up. I'm gonna make me bigger for just a second. I was looking up, not paying attention. This is how things could get by. ACP is clueless because he does not look at his surroundings. I shit you not. Why?
That is not a back scratcher, ACP. That is. I was like, it may work really well, but it's not a back scratcher.
Right. Oh my God. I'm like, I'm not even, I've been doing this thing for 3 hours, and I didn't even notice that thing until just now when I said, yeah, she got a clear wall to put some of your Green Lanterns up. Holy crap, is that toilet bowl? Lord have mercy.
Tell Nikki, tell her, be like, okay, look, this wasn't very subtle. I will go clean the bathrooms after the stream.
I cleaned out my bucket, honey. I cleaned it out, I promise. I am going to have to ask her how long that's been there. Because if it's been there for several weeks and I've missed it, I guarantee you, her and my sister have a pull right now because they do shit like this to me. They put the most odd things to see how long it takes me to see if I recognize it as they are betting with one another. I'm going to ask Nikki now. Nikki! I don't know if she can hear me. I think she's in the other room. I'm texting her right now and say, hey, come. I want to call her. We're going to call her. I'm going to ask her right now. Hey, y'all all are going to get this right now.
That'd be funny if she comes in the live stream. That would be.
I know. Hey, baby girl.
What?
I have a quick question for you.
Okay.
All right, you said that you want to put your Green Lanterns up here in this room, right? And you said there was a clear wall, and you asked if you could do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long has this toilet bowl brush been up there?
Couple years.
What? No, are you shit? No, are you pulling my leg?
No pun intended, right?
Are you serious?
Yeah. In case we got the other one messed up.
Oh God, I had not even noticed this damn thing till today. You're saying it's been for years? You tell me you're effing with me. You tell me this is something that you and my sister are doing against me. That you're pulling this against me because y'all are betting.
They're gaslighting you.
I know.
You got an extra one by accident, and I said we really didn't need to replace the one in here. I'll just put it up so we'll have it for later.
So when I put this shit up all in this room and everything, I never noticed this thing on a hook, and it's been here for years.
Right.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm done. I am done. Thank you so much.
That is great.
I love you.
That is great.
I love you. You
too.
promise you're not effing with me, right?
I promise. I would tell you if I was fooling with you.
Oh God, I love you.
That is great.
God help.
Wait, you forgot to ask her if you can use it as a back scratcher. No, I'm just kidding.
She said it's never been used. And I was like, well, hell, I hope so. It's
been sitting there for 2 years.
Damn. I hope there's no butt crack or anything on there. Really said
I think it's aired out now, ACP.
I did not expect her to say years.
Oh crap!
I'm done. I am effing done. I got to pay better attention. Lord have mercy. Oh God. Well, you saw it live here, guys. ACP found out a football brush that's been there apparently for years, and he even decorated this room and did it himself. But yet he's too damn clueless to recognize a toilet bowl brush in his little new room. Good Lord. Let me make sure
I think it'd be even funnier if, on the same hook as where one of your Christmas lights was on, and you even hung it on it. I'll just use this toilet brush hook.
And the worst thing I thought, Crimson, is I actually thought the worst thing is I'm so damn clueless. They're not going to believe that there's a toilet bowl brush hanging up in this room. I'm just going to show it and say, okay, look, I am really this clueless. I don't put on the act. But to be told by Nikki, who was not giving me a hard time because she was like, yeah, I would have told you this was something that your sister and I did to you. But when she says years, that's
funny.
And Nikki, one thing, oh God, this is one thing Nikki does help me do because I am oblivious to things around me. There's a lot of things I will miss, a lot of things I will not catch in chats. I'm just not that good when it comes to trying to keep up with that stuff. But so Nikki's now doing a new thing. She's putting little different icons on my computer to notice if I recognize those on my computer and how long it takes me to recognize them. Now, a lot of people were like, how in the world are you that damn clueless? It actually, I had a stroke. And when I had a stroke, I lost my memory. And I had to be retaught how to walk, how to speak. I had to be reintroduced to who my mom was. I even had to relive finding out that my dad had died during the time I had my stroke.
That
Yeah.
that right there that's the awful part right there, right?
Yeah, that was extremely hard hurdle, and it's one of the reasons why I became kind of like a recluse, because when it happened, when you lose your memory and you don't know your own wife and you don't know your own mom, it kind of makes you very, very fearful and on who to trust. So they do stuff like this, and we do it with a tongue in cheek. It's done out of love, where the people they'll hide like the remote, or they'll hide like one of my favorite books that I'm reading out of, or they'll move it, or they like Nikki puts icons on the computer now. So that's really what I thought that was. I thought this was like, how long is it going to take you to say this, because we're having to deal with memory.
And they've been sitting there and they just forgot about it. They forgot to re-prank you about it.
Right. I'm like, and so the other thing that we also do is we get the bots. And by the way, I thank you for sharing me with that bot, because that bot will be in my house very soon. The
little toilet bowl, bro, or the toilet paper one.
Yeah, I could have passed that up. That was awesome. Nikki saw it. She's like, we got to have it. But that's the other thing we do with the bots is that Nikki will put bots in the plants, or she'll, put bots in different places. And my goal is that when I'm going through the house or going to the car, looking around to make sure I'm looking at everything and paying attention. And so there's little bots that we'll find. And I was like, she's like, I got to have that one. I know I'm going to put it, but I don't know where she's going to plan to put it, but I know she's got a plan when it comes in. But that's just one of those things. And I appreciate them. And then when the thing happened here on the internet again, I was questioning who you were, Crimson. I was questioning Cato. I was questioning everybody in our group. I was questioning, and the sad thing is that yes, there were two of them did get not in our inner circle, thank God, but they did get into our community, and they have been officially blocked, not just from our channel, but they had used clips from some of the other guys' stuff and had clipped it in an inappropriate manner. And that was something I never wanted our community to ever have. I just don't. And I it's like I told Cato, I said, I would rather walk away from this platform. He's like, no, man, we're here for you. We don't want you to walk away. We're all grown-ups. And we know there's going to be people out there. I was like, he knows, and I can share with you off air what happened that became so alarming for me.
So, and I'm not gonna pry, and it's not something to bring on here while we're live streaming, but what I was gonna say is like, my deal has always been like, you treat others the way you want to be treated, right? Mm-hmm. Because that's just how I was raised, but it's also more of like, you can't take a shotgun approach to everybody. If one person messes up, you got to hold it against that one person or that other person, right? But you don't want to take a shotgun approach to everybody, because what that does is that creates like a it creates not just animosity, and everybody does everything for themselves, but it also creates it like, well, that sucks, because it's just like you have those friendships, you have those let me explain this a different way. Like, I think that's sometimes how you get seasonal friendships, right? And then if there's a bad season, then that friend goes away, and it's like, well, I still like that guy. Why did he go away? Why did she go away? Those were people that were friends and stuff. And it makes that other person feel like, well, maybe I don't need to make any more friends, anymore, and just keep the few that I have. And so that's kind of where, when you take a shotgun approach, and you got to do it for yourself, right? You got to do it to protect yourself, but that's how it makes others feel. Because I'm very much of like, you got to, we can't judge people, right? God's got to do that, right? But it's just like, you burn me once, okay. You burn me twice, okay. 3 times, okay. And sometimes I may give a 4th and a 5th chance, but it's just kind of like, I don't hold those against other people. Like, for example, my wife, like, I had an ex before that I did things that were right and I did things that were wrong. And I had to realize that when I met her, when she was my girlfriend and everything, like I can't treat her the way that I treated my ex because she didn't create those problems. The ex did that, right? And so it's just like with her, like I realized I can't hold anything like that against her because she's brand new. She doesn't understand what I do or how these things happen or whatever, right? Or without getting too specific. But it's more of like you start to realize that like the good things that you're doing are good, but then you start finding more good things that you do together. And so it's just not holding those against other people is kind of my deal with that. And it's not like any kind of, chastising or nothing like that on you. I'm just saying like that's how you can make people feel when you take a shotgun approach and just shut everybody out. Because we missed you, man. And we're glad you're back. And we know you need to protect yourself and your family. But it's more of like I'm more of like you got to give me a reason not to trust you. That's kind of how I see it. And there are some people out there, not in our stuff, but like there are people out there I'm very leery of. I'm like, dude, why are you contacting me out of the blue? Like I don't know you. So
yeah, and that was the thing too. And there was there was so much that just came all at once, and
yeah.
I was
it could be overwhelming. Yeah.
It really, and Nikki was surprised. Nikki was like, no, don't walk away from this community. She's the one that was chatting with also, input and stuff. And, because she was so worried I was going to close off again because I'm very protective of my family and my nieces. And, I can't have kids. So my sister's kids, we've filmed them ever since they were little tiny, and watching someone grow up that fast is like just mind blowing, even now. And I'll share.
Seeing even me, like when people walk away, like right, and just like I feel like if I poke and prod, then it's just like then it might push them further away, right? And I'm always like, hey, my door's always open. You just gotta walk through.
And that was something I was very appreciative about, especially Triple R. Triple R reached out and was a big help for me to come back and do this. But I had to make sure there were things that I needed to learn to be better at keeping up with chat. I needed to be better because they had come in and made comments in one of the live streams. And when they came and made that, they took these clips, and it's not just on YouTube that they do this stuff. It goes everywhere. And some of the things that they had, done, first of all, was shocking. And I shared with Input because he was asking, well, do they have a channel here? And I shared one of the channels with him. And he saw one of them. I never got a reaction back from him after he saw the guy's channel and what he did. And private information they were putting up, and that became extremely alarming because, like I told y'all, we had the old channel, and for me it was like, okay, I'm done. I'm absolutely done. I can't trust anybody. If people can say whoever they are, they can be whoever they are, they can be whatever, but I can't truly trust anybody because look, this shit's happening again, but this time it's not just happening to you and me. This is now happening to my sister and to her
family.
And Nikki was like, just breathe. We'll contact who we'll contact. We'll talk to who we need to talk to. Just breathe. And one of the things that was sent.
So I wanted. I don't want you to get any more detail because I don't want you to give that kind of behavior any attention. Is kind of what I'm saying. I mean, it's your channel. You do what you want. But I'm just saying, like I hear that hesitation in your voice, and I'm not wanting you to step over that.
Yeah, thank you, because
I'm here for you, brother, man. Like I'm here, man.
I appreciate it, and it does mean
Yeah.
a lot, and then it means a whole hell of a lot to me. I'm a Christian, and I don't put those forced that upon anybody. Like, but it's always been a thing for comfort for me. And Transformers has been the other major comfort for me because when I went through chemotherapy and radiation, it was Transformers that kept my mind in my hands. It used. And here's a crazy thing. You know, Nikki was pointing. My mom actually pointed this out. She was like, when I was going through physical therapy, learning how to hold things and relearning how to do things, and the physical therapist is like, I just can't get his hands and motor skills. And Nikki says, because you don't have the right tool. And she brought,
Yeah.
you know, one of my Transformers that I had out of the box, and it was like something I don't know. It's like, and I still say it today. It was like a jigsaw puzzle. It was like something in my brain at that moment. Now this thing's been sitting in my house the whole time, and yet it never ever till Nikki brought it one time to the treatment because she was thinking we've got to be able to break through this wall. And Nikki was a teacher. She was an art teacher. She taught autistic kids, so she was thinking, okay, we've got to get something to get that his brain to say it wants to relate that information.
Right.
And
And that's Transformers are those little mini puzzles, right? Like it's not super difficult unless they handed you the leader class Revenge of the Fallen Optimus Prime,
right.
but it's not
Right.
it's not simple enough for you to be like, oh well, this wasn't a challenge like a GoBot,
But see,
but it's something that gets you going.
and the funny thing is that the two Transformers, and it's funny you said Energon, and I was laughing when y'all mentioned Energon. The two Transformers that was opened and I used was the Armada Optimus Prime because it wasn't, like you said, the flatbed.
Right.
And so Nikki immediately, she found it on clearance. She immediately opened it up, and that's what she had got and brought, and it was in the car mode, and I had to transform it into the robot mode and then try and transform it back. And somewhere within us going back to physical therapy, his little side gun arm things that he had.
Yeah. Those
I
are
have
cool,
no
like almost Power Master Optimus Prime like.
Yeah, they're gone. I have no idea
Oh.
what happened. But the other one was my brother is a big Starscream fan, and he gave me his Energon Starscream. And
Was that the kind of the triangular jet, or was that the one that looked like kind of like an F-22 fighter
like
jet?
like the F-22 fighter jet,
Okay,
and
okay.
it was that smoky black with that green.
Yeah.
With the green. Oh man, I it's the
I think
one
that was
Star-
Power Links. I think that's Power Links Starscream, if I remember correctly.
Okay, good. And those.
No, I mean it's still Energon, but I just like I remember they made
okay.
like 3 different versions of it. So
Oh, okay.
that's a good figure.
And those were the two. And my mom saw this, and she was like, and she got real. My mom doesn't get emotional, but my mom during this time she did get emotional. And she doesn't let people see her being emotional, so she will leave. She's a very Southern lady, supposed to be composure, look a certain way. You don't break that. You know, if that mold gets broke, you got to go away for a minute and fix yourself, come back and look like that the mold never got broke. And I remember her was telling Nikki, she says he did the same thing whenever he had cancer. And she says, and I used to sit there and go, why won't you grow up? Why won't you just grow up and let your little toys go away? And she says, and now I'm seeing that the same things that he loved when he had cancer is the things that he is able to do, things that we were told he probably would never be able to do.
Right.
And it was a jigsaw puzzle, man. And I look at that, and I still have those moments, but yeah, that's why, you know, Transformers for me will always be an absolute must. Even if their pegs do pop off if you transform them, and then I can cry, cuss a little bit, and I'm going to do what you said. That's a good idea. I like what Ninja Bill was trying to say, and I had a
I put a link in the chat. Is that the Starscream? That smoky one. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, I was like, I agree. I saw what Ninja Bill was saying about the using the nail file.
Yes.
Yes, this is him. Yeah.
Yeah. That one's a cool figure.
Yes, he is. And I believe it or not, I still got all that with. I lost the Optimus Prime, who, and I'm like, I said, and I think they were also his smokestacks, if I remember correctly. Those.
Yes, in vehicle mode for their Armada Prime. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this big so everybody can see it. Let me see if I can. Always, I gotta go to the other one and pull it up. Can't do it in and then look at me, and then see. You take a look at what I've learned here. You can see that I started to learn different ways of doing things. So I was like, if I'm going to go back on, I've got to make sure that I know how to use this program. Not only do I need to know how to use the program, but I've got to be able to keep up better and stuff. And so this is the thing that I learned was how to screen share while we were gone. And look at that. That is the one we're talking about, everybody. The Crimson Raptors found for us. Let's see.
Yeah, that's the Starscream, and then I'll post the link for this is the Armada Optimus Prime. Cool. And that page is really long though, because it has like all the different combined forms with like Jetfire and Overload and stuff. I didn't even know you could make like a huge freaking like three like where you have the trailer, Overload is behind them, and then you have Jetfire on top, like it's like they're being towed to NASA or something like that. That's crazy. I didn't even know that.
I didn't know that either. Yep, that's him. And what we're talking about is those little smokestacks is right on the side of his arms. I have no idea where. Oh, look at that! Yes, that's him. That's him. Yep.
I always liked his regular head and the smaller, but I never liked the bigger one. And I think it's because like the gold ears. I think now I look at it and I'm like, okay, that's very big convoy looking, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like from Beast Wars Neo from the Mammoth, but like at the time I was just like, it looks more like a Decepticon than it looks like an Autobot.
Yeah, it does actually, because when you're right there, you're looking at it, but so y'all got to see those are the two that were my ultimate puzzles for me. But, looking back at it, I'm like, wow, it's so crazy. Let me do this, do that. There we go. Okay. Look at me learning. But Horn, must have missed something. Wait a second. Made reference to in the Zeptar review when I introduced the Horn. Okay. I was wondering what Firebite was saying. But yeah, and people don't realize this, but the physical therapist, when Nikki brought it, and she was like, what made you think to do something like this? And she says, well, he used to teach autistic kids, and he taught me what to do with autistic kids. And when he used to come and overshadow my class, we would have the autistic kids in there, and he would show me how we got to get something that they can relate to, something that immediately you see their eyes light up. And she was like, I just was grasping at straws, hoping that this would be the thing that he would do, he would see, and it would work. And I didn't put it together the first time. It took me a while, but looking back and going back on it, remembering that and thinking about that, and for my mom, it was the first time for my mom that she was like, I get it now. And it was like, because my mom's she was a vice president. She was a banker vice president. She, very, very, very high up on the totem pole. I'm the black sheep in the family. I'm the one that went and did art. I'm the one that got the piercings. I'm the one that got everything else done. Where my oldest brother is in the military. My youngest brother is a librarian, and my other brother, who we're not brother by blood, but he's the judge. And and then you get me. It's like, and my mom's like, she's like, I knew he's art, I knew he loved art, and I knew he was going to do stuff. I didn't know he was going to work on all this stuff and do this stuff, and she says, but look at how happy he is. It's like, and for me, it didn't only just help me out with my motor skills. It helped with my memory too. It was like little bits and pieces of things we're now filling in certain blanks. Still got major blanks. Matter of fact, when we went to Walmart, a girl comes up to me and she's talking to me as if she knows me, and I'm like looking at her like going, she says,
was that the one that was like an ex-girlfriend?
Yes. And you're going,
oops.
and thank God Nikki walks up and she's helping explain, because she's thinking I was BSing her or whatever. But Nikki was like, yeah. Nikki came up and I was like, yeah. She's like, just give me your name. And now they're friends on Facebook. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah, that's I don't know about that either. That's just like, well, I was like, well, no.
I'm like, I go to Nikki. I'm like, my God, you're like friends with everybody on Facebook. She's like, she goes, well, I have to be, because I'm the one. She's the one that does all the promotion and stuff for the book, but she's friends with all these people, and I'm going, how do you keep up with all this?
Yeah,
I'm like, I hate Facebook, but yeah, it's a lot of. Yeah, that's a monster I will not tackle.
Like we talked about earlier, like it's evil.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil because it works for businesses. It works because everybody is on there.
Yeah.
But it's also Twitter in a way has kind of become like the second cesspool of stuff. Instagram, although it is owned by Facebook, which is ridiculous. But yeah, well, so when you use the mobile, they had an update not too long ago, and all it updated was that it says Instagram by Facebook, and then it takes you to your. And I was like, really? Like you updated this program just to show us it's from Facebook? But yeah, check that out next time you get into it. You'll see it says from Facebook. At least it does on mine. So. But other than that, Instagram is really cool to kind of hang out, and you can't just post stuff, right? You actually have to make a picture of some kind of content, and if they make crappy content, well, just unfollow. So,
well, I know what I'm going to be watching tonight. Kato just did a thing for fans hobbies, Twin Inferno.
Yeah, the double cross.
Double cross.
Yeah,
I still got my G1 double cross. I got the one from the Titans Return, and then I got also the one that was from the Robots in Disguise. I guess it's the line that had more of the animalistic type of figures. He's orange, and they call him Twin Inferno on that for that figure for some reason.
Wait, say that one more time.
What, Twin Inferno?
Well, that was Double Cross's new copyrighted name in Titans Return or Power of the Primes or whatever. But the Repugnus is the one that's yellow and was an Amazon exclusive.
I did get that one. I got all the Amazon exclusives, but I was thinking about it was the cartoon, and it was the cartoon that was right before the new one we have, Cyberverse. I cannot remember what was it? Transformers.
So Robots in Disguise?
Yes.
Okay.
He had a figure in that line, and I got that one too, but he was orange, and when he transformed, his two dragons became like his cockpit, became like some type of weird little flying creature.
Can't think of which one that is. Nero can tell us. Nero's in chat. I bet you he knows.
Hey, Nero.
He knows just as much as we do about Transformers.
Oh, that looks great.
Which one? What?
Kato's.
Oh yeah.
That looks beautiful, man. Oh, I like
I
that.
mean, those figures are huge though.
Are they?
Like they're freaking like I think I don't think he did a comparison with them, but like they're like as I think they're like more than a foot tall. Like I mean they gotta be. They're so beefy looking. Like I mean the box was pretty big and but they gotta be like they could take on a Combiner Wars combiner by themselves.
Oh wow. I definitely that
Because they're
I-
supposed to be masterpiece versions of them, right? So that's why they're so big.
Oh,
but-
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was probably expensive. Yeah.
Well, they did that the Black Friday stream, right?
Oh, that's
and
right.
that's when they had got those for like a really, really good deal. And like they really did get a really good deal on those because they used to be really expensive, but they ordered directly like the Rejecticons, like Larkin and Inutambi and Sardo and Kato, like they ordered like directly from a Fans Hobby website, so they were like wholesale priced.
Oh wow. Nice. That's right. They did. I remember that.
Mhm.
I remember now. Yes. I forgot that. And it looks beautiful. It looks good. I did see the and that was the thing too, we were talking about pricing with Transformers. I ended up getting Larkin's got me the Bumblebee and the Shockwave from the Cyberverse Deluxe class. Been playing around with those, and they also come with their little weapons effect. They're actually really good figures. I've been rather surprised. There is some parts that are hollow, and I'm like, I don't know
Mhm.
why you didn't create a little flap to take away that hollowness. I think it would have looked a lot better if they had. But overall, for the pricing of them, because I ended up getting Optimus Prime and Megatron. Gotta tell you, that's very tempting to kind of like slightly move over into that price line and focus on it. I did see MGo's reviews on the Hot Rod. Don't like how red he is. I mean, he is like red everywhere. There's like no other color, but at least he comes with these fire effects. And I thought that they were going to be permanently stuck on him. They can actually come off. And when they come off, he actually looks like a lot better figure. But there's certain things they did to this figure you can already see where they kind of cheaped out. Where in Optimus Prime, they made it where the pieces would fold in and have a flap and fold down, so he wouldn't have this big junk on his arm. And then for Hot Rod, they didn't do that. They didn't give him that flap, the same type of flap they could have given that they had with Optimus Prime. And I'm like, Hasbro, please don't be going and cheaping out on all the lines, because I've heard a lot of nightmares with some things that's coming out with Earth Rods,
Mm-hmm.
and that worries me.
Well, and it's going to happen with a lot of poor quality control with just any kind of production line like that. Like even in like a book or something like that, like you could have like a page missing or pages are stuck together. That's going to happen. The grapple thing, like people are just like, well, why didn't Hasbro do this or do that? I was just like, well, there are things where they tested, but they're not going to sit there and transform it 16 different times, right? Like
Right.
They're not going to try to force that in when it doesn't force because it came off the sprue with extra stuff on it. It's just a poor design from the get-go. And if it had broken the first time, like they know they would have caught that, right? I mean, they're not stupid. They're not going to put a product out there that they're expecting to break, right? So like that Masterpiece Hound, we've talked about that before, where the door moves a little bit because of the transformation, where you have to move it and stuff, but it wasn't in the instructions where they said, oh yeah, in vehicle mode you open door and put Energon cube in, and you're like, no, you can't do that. Like people were just ramming it right off, and it has thin little plastic on it, right? Again,
Yep.
It's a masterpiece. It's not necessarily meant to be played roughly, but it's also it wasn't built to move that way in that particular mode because it wasn't in the instructions. Now you can have secret modes, you can have your fan modes and all that, but that's what the Generations line is easier to have those in, because those are supposed to be more durable.
Right.
So Starscream's chest, right, for Siege, had that loose problem for a lot of people. Ironhide's flaps on his left or right calves, his legs, they had problems too. Not everybody had that problem for either of those figures. Some
Mhm.
people had Megatron ankle joints that didn't click in all the way. Some of them did. And so it's just kind of figuring out, like you said, your grapple, right? Like it goes in, it goes out, but you're being very careful with it.
Yeah.
You know, everybody else, it hadn't been as prolific, right?
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, because everybody's getting them all at the same time, and then we're so excited, we get that energy, and it's not that it's the fault of the person transforming it, it's that it wasn't built for either that kind of play, which is bad because it should be, or it was missized when it was printed out, or when it was printed out, when it was, you know, molded out and everything and taken off, and it wasn't properly cleaned. But this is actually one of those situations where it's not either one of those situations. It's just a bad engineering mistake to make a hollow peg. Have you ever seen a hollow peg on a transformer? No, because it's a dumb idea.
Yeah, and exactly. And I get that there's going to be some issues. I was I was talking to Input. He was talking about his Optimus Prime, that for some reason the back of the head they painted, but
Yes.
didn't paint the front of the head,
Right,
and
Right.
they used red plastic for the back of the head.
right.
And I'm going,
And that's the problem. See, that's okay. So when we got the prototype, right? That's a pretty good conversation too, because we got the prototype.
Mhm.
We saw it on the I think it was NYCC or SDCC, whichever one we saw the Prime with the gray hands. We saw those. People were like freaking out. They're like, he's not supposed to have gray hands or none of that stuff. And they were like, well, the way that the sprue goes, the way the mold is, like it's you got to have a certain ratio of plastic, so we couldn't really move it. And so they were already in full swing of production, you know, trying to get that out there. It was already scheduled and ready to go. It wasn't like they were in the store, but like it was ready to go.
right.
And so they couldn't change a lot of that stuff without having to change the way the mold is gated and all that jazz. And I would venture to guess it's much more difficult to get that done in Vietnam than it is how Bandai does their Gundam models, because they could
Yeah.
just say, okay, well, we'll move this around, we'll put a blocker or something like that. I guess it doesn't work that way in Vietnam as easily. So they did that. So they were like, okay, well, look, we can't do that. So what we'll do is we'll pay the factory a little extra money so they can go ahead and paint the back of Prime's head, and they'll paint the hands with the metallic blue.
Mhm.
And so they do that. But again, that goes back to my fear that I had after Siege, is that you're taking a step back in quality. And
Yeah.
Wheeljack is amazing. He has a ton of tampagraphs on him. I could have said, let's not do the tampagraphs. Let's save some money. Let's make him white plastic. Let's give him blue windshield, and let's give him some extra wing bits or something that look a little more like they should. Let's make that missile launcher a little bit longer, like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Let's take Earthrise Prime's elbow and his fists and the back of his head and some of those parts that are gray underneath the car that don't need to be gray, and let's cut back on that and make those the right colors. Let's spend a little more budget toward there, right? Let's give him a roller, in the
Yeah.
trailer, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
like, I would have liked to have seen the budget spent more that direction than in the other direction they did.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that the masterpiece, I mean, the studio series Optimus Prime, I love it the best. I love to see.
Yeah, the Bumblebee version.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome figure.
It's really good looking.
Yeah, and
I'm afraid to take him out of the box because I don't want to break him. And but
he's extremely enjoyable, and I'm very happy to have him. And and I look at that and I go, okay, at least when they did this, it makes sense. I'm glad they did it. And they didn't use a lot of paint. Very, very little paints on him. And that's what I would like to see from the Siege line. I'm concerned with all the paint because, let's be honest, after several transformations, after everything you do, or it sits there, after a while that paint is not going to stay on perfect. It's
Yeah.
going to start. It's going to do like what paint does. It will start chipping off because all it is it's painted on top of plastic.
Well, even like Grapples, like the inside of his knees, right? Like has that little painted orange parts.
Yeah.
They didn't have to do that. They could have left those black, but they took that step up to go ahead and paint those orange. It's not something that's even like it's not something they had to do, but it's also just like, okay, well, if you spent the budget here, why didn't you spend the budget to make more plastic on the peg? Like, it's, you know, so it's not that we're ungrateful, but it's also just like your organization in these waves or these designs is kind of getting out of whack. Like it's almost like it's another team, and it may well be, but it's because people leave, and you know, it's been a couple of years. We've had Siege out, people move on, they get promoted, they go to other departments, or you know, whatever. But it's also more of like, well, you know, we need to have somebody that is kind of keeping that
Consistency.
Yes, that's one of the word I was looking for. Thank you. That consistency with it, like that Earthrise Megatron.
Yeah.
Why have the forearms not been fixed? There is a third party. I'm sorry, not a third party. There is a KO
Yeah.
oversized version of Siege Megatron, which I don't advocate for anybody to buy, but it has a flip out part for the forearms, and then the fists go in, and then the forearms close, and I'm just like, why did Hasbro do that?
Exactly. And I'm like, it's just
They've had 4 chances. We got a Netflix one, a 35th anniversary, an original. We got an Earthrise. We got a G2 Megatron. I'm sorry, 5 chances. Or the Hero Megatron, right?
and you know, and I'm gonna be honest, I don't like that mold. I playing with the Cyberverse from the Deluxe is awesome. He looks like a menacing tank. Everything looks good. I just don't want to see, you know, Hasbro start cheaping out on that stuff too. But you take a look at the Starscream. Why does it not have a waist rotation? Why take that away? That to me made no sense at all.
Yeah. And he's smaller, right? Like than the Siege one, right?
Yep.
So it's like the alt mode looks fantastic, right? That looks like he just flew right out of the screen. But the robot mode is like, that's, I don't know, like I can't. It's not that I'm secret out, you know, because I still want the welcoming committee, and we're getting Hot Link, but it's just like I would have liked a welcoming committee kind of 3-pack, like how they did with the Target Rainmakers. I would have liked something like that, so that way I don't have to go scrambling around trying to find them all. But it's like, it's just it's like that Siege mold really is a great use of the Seekers, and this Earthrise one is a step back. It's almost like this was the one that was supposed to be released first, and then they refined it and got better and made the Siege, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense, because looking at it, and looking at what Deluxe was showing them off in his review, and it's not just his. I've looked into other people's reviews, and you set them side by side, and they're in the robot mode, and they're the same figure. I mean, there's not very much retooling in that mold. It's pretty much about the same mold for both of them. And I'm like, why did you take away the waist rotation? And the wrist, and the thing with the wrist, I was like, okay, so you got them like this, they fold back, close up, fine. But the little extra movement would have been great. But what would have been perfect for this figure is if his waist would move.
And you know, I know people say, be like, well, what does his waist have to move? The G1 didn't move and stuff. And I said, well, you know, that's the thing, right? Like, we're beyond G1 engineering. That's long past that type of engineering. But it's also, we want to be able to make those dynamic poses that Starscream is known to do in the cartoon, and that's why you would need a waist rotation on him.
Oh yeah, and the little thing, like even with Thundercracker. Thundercracker's my favorite Seeker, and so is Thrust. But they gave Thundercracker the little smirk on his mouth, and I'm thinking, okay, well, by Earthrise, they're going to realize the scene everybody's been talking about, the smirk. They're going to give Starscream that smirk. They don't.
Right.
You know, and I'm like, okay,
And I don't like the head on that Earthrise Starscream. It looks very Armada-like.
Yes.
Like, almost like the Thrilling 30 Armada. His chin's a little tapered, a little pointy, and it just... That I could have seen. Why didn't you just... there's Voice Voyagers. Why didn't they just reuse that head? Like, I would have been okay with that, because that Siege head is beautiful. It's perfect.
Yep,
but
perfect.
give them the smirk, right? And then
Yep.
there you go. You make a bunch of people happy that way.
Yeah.
So I'm very confused in some of the things they've done. Like, and I don't mean to cut you off there, ACP. Sorry, but I'm just really passionate about that. That Siege Starscream is really good, and that forearms on the way he transforms, it flips open and then it goes back around. It's like, that's how you do forearm filling, right? I don't care if it's empty on the inside once the fist is out. I don't want the hollowness there when he's in robot mode.
Right.
I barely tolerate the hollowness underneath Ironhide and Ratchet, where they have it's hollow underneath
Yes.
the forearms, which is okay. But if you have him in like a Clint Eastwood kind of holding the pistol up kind of situation, that doesn't look right because it's hollow. But yeah, I'll accept it, right? Maybe he's holding the rocket launcher or something, like a rocket launcher. He should be holding it, right?
Right.
But when it comes to those forearms, like, that's the biggest deal. Like, I got a third-party add-on for Soundwave as well, because he's got that same hollow forearm syndrome.
Yep, that drove Nikki crazy. It did. It just that drove Nikki batshit crazy.
Yeah.
She's like, "Wow, why would you do this? He's a great looking figure. Just make a flap. How much expensive would it have been to make a flap for that?"
And Soundwave's kind of an unusual case, right? Like, they can't make him a boombox. Like, we get that. But
Right.
it's just like, man, there's some extra parts on here, like that little extra piece, that little gun that comes with him
That's
that
what
people have
Nikki
been
said.
using for the... Yeah, take that away and give me the forearm fillers.
That's what Nikki said. Nikki said the same thing. She said, "I don't need this because you're going to take this because you've now seen it on YouTube that they're using it for the gun-looking thing."
Yep.
And
We're
I'm
back
like,
at Megatron, right?
"Yeah." And she's like, "This thing is pointless."
Yep.
She's like, "I'm not going to use it to make this assault rifle or what, because that's not Soundwave. He's not going to be sitting back and sniping people off. That's just not his character."
But also, when did he ever have 3 guns? Like,
Yeah.
like, never.
Never. And what's been killing Nikki about us where we live and not being able to find, she loves Ratbat, and she's like, "Motherfucker, why was nobody having this in the store? Why?"
Exactly.
She's like,
So and Ratbat and Frumble Renzi or whatever, Rumble Frenzy, like, has not shown up at all in the Midwest. Like, Deluxe hasn't seen him. I haven't seen him. None of my friends up in Chicago or Nebraska had seen him. Nobody in Texas has seen him. Like, I mean, he's gone. Like, he never showed up. And it's like, it's because he was part of the last wave with Astro Train, and that's probably because they were that small price point and that big price point.
Amazon,
Some stores like Target,
Yep.
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Amazon finally sent me yesterday my
Oh.
date of shipping for my Astro Train.
Woo!
About fucking time. It's going to
About
be
time.
I know it's supposed to be here on the 28th of this month. And I'm like, bet you it's the Earthrise box. But you want the Siege box. So it probably won't be that. Because I was like, for it to be that far out, that's really getting into the time that he should be showing up in the Siege.
Yeah.
Earthrise. So it's probably not going to be the Siege box, even though I would have liked to have the Siege box. One of him. But
Absolutely. Me too. Yeah.
But
I haven't even. I bought the Earthrise. I haven't taken them out because I'm like, I want to get the Siege one because I want the box, but then I don't want to get rid of the Earthrise because I need the puzzle piece for the map, and I'm like, oh, they're the same figure.
I know, right? I told Nikki, I said, now if it does turn out and be in the Siege line, I said I did promise this to Crimson for the box. I just wanted to have the box, take a picture of that's what I've been doing, is just taking a picture of the outside of the artwork and
Oh yeah.
digitally, so I don't overload with all the boxes. And I'm like, and he's the last leader class, even though I call him the Voyager class, he was the last leader class in that line that we won't have now. We had all the leader classes because that's what Nikki had ordered, and she was like, we wanted it to come in And I saw it. I saw the Siege one in the store. And this is what killed Nikki. Yeah, and I saw him, and I picked him up, and I was going to get him because I actually had my money saved up for him personally.
And that was before Christmas, right?
Yes, before Christmas.
Yeah.
And Nikki was like, just hold on to your money. You don't know what people's got you for Christmas. You know everybody gets you a Transformer. You know this, this, and this. And I was like, oh, you're right. You're right. So I put it back, and then Christmas came, and my sister's like talking to Nikki, and Nikki's like, where's the, she's like, it never came in. So they start going on thing, and then, and the crazy thing is that they bought this with a gift card.
Yeah.
Like the Amazon card, like credit card thing. Called,
that's weird. So that all of that is just so strange. Like I'm surprised that they didn't. I mean, at least they didn't cancel it, right? Because they were canceling everybody's pre-orders, right? For Earthrise.
Yeah.
So it's good they didn't do that. They probably didn't because they didn't want to refund the money, right? So, but it's still, that's so strange that this whole pre-order thing with Amazon. I've never really heard of Amazon ever having a problem with stuff like this. But and remember, this is all before anybody was getting sick, no pandemic, no nothing like that, right? Exactly. So that had no issue, had no problem with this, right? And Chinese New Year hadn't happened either. So it's still weird. It's just like, they had this packaging, but it's just like the Chinese factory or Hasbro was just like, well, we oversold too many to BBTS and TF Source and everybody else, so we don't have any for Target or Amazon or Walmart. So, I'm like, what?
Yeah. But the crazy thing for me though is that I've ordered Counter Punch from now my brain's not want to work.
Well, the Nemesis Prime, like the Evolution version, right, of the Power Master one.
Yes, the Power Master.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I got oh god, why can't I think of the bug's name now? What's in the Titans? Return Repugnus.
Grotesque? No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Repugnus. Yeah, Monster Bot. Yeah.
Monster Bot. Got him, and then there's one more Amazon Prime exclusive that we got. But I used it on the Devastator.
Blastoff? Was it Blastoff?
Yes.
Okay.
He was in his space shuttle mode.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't in the airplane mode that he should have never been in the first place.
Right.
And so I had to get that one, and we got those without a problem. And I know that Counter Punch people did end up having issues trying to get hold of him, and he, I guess, sold out quickly. And people were
you know what's funny about that? Like, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was just like, people had so many problems with it when it first came out, right? And then I know like some people, like one guy, he was missing like a tire, and then he ordered a tire. They didn't send him a tire or whatever. So like, I mean, literally just missing a tire from the package. And the Amazon didn't have any. They didn't have any replacement, right? So they said, well, contact Hasbro. So and then that was just kind of a disaster for them. But it was more of like, I wasn't even aware of Punch Counter Punch. And then I watched a review. Somebody just made a review and just like, yeah, this figure's been out. It's kind of hard to get. And I'm like, I was like, that's kind of cool. Like, I've never really been interested in Punch Counter Punch, but this figure looks really neat. And so I go up on Amazon. I'm looking for it. And I'm like, I was like, why are people charging like $80, $90? And then I always click on the little used and new, right? And I click on those because sometimes there's warehouse deals from Amazon because it's just a dented box or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I look at
I
it.
got my for $13. Absolutely.
Yeah. So a seller has one. It's not Prime shipping because remember, they're advertising Prime, right? So I click on it. It's like $40 and like $5 shipping. And I was like, oh, well, I'm going to go ahead and get that one. So, and this is after and this is before it went, because I think a few months after that, it started going to like $200, something insane.
Oh,
like
insane.
People driving price up for no reason.
And I ended up getting Skywarp without a problem.
Yeah.
And I
feel so bad for Input not getting Skywarp, man.
Yeah,
I wish I'd gotten. I sent him Red Wing, but I wish I had gotten him Skywarp.
Yeah, if I had known that he wasn't going to be able to find one, I almost ordered 2 of them, and the reason why I was going to keep one in the box and keep the other because I liked the box and I liked the figures, and I was like, but I wanted to have, because I like to keep at least one of my Amazon Primes in the box. So I do have some of these other ones that I have 2 of, but I keep it in, those in the box, and that's how I do I even do that with the Walgreen exclusives and stuff too, except for Ratchet. Ratchet's still in the box because I never found another Ratchet. Nowhere around us. I found the one Ratchet. I looked everywhere. I'm so happy when Larkin sent Ninja Bill the one that was out of pack. I was like, thank you, because he had asked me, and he's like, if you come across it, because I took a picture of it and I said I found this one. He's like, is there another one? And I was like, shit, that's right. He likes Ratchet. And I was looking again. I was like, there's not one. So I went to and for some reason, it's like they're gone. And now you look online and people are charging 40, 50, and $60 for him.
Yeah.
And I'm going, okay, to me, this is like, okay, what's going on here? Is Hasbro cutting back on how much it produces as its production? Is it not making, because typically a company will have an overflow where they will have a run. Even in comics, they do this too. And then they'll have this extra little bit just in case those sell out, the seller can reorder. But once that's gone, that's gone. And
so I don't know about that because they are manufacturing, and they'll never release the numbers to us per se. They'll just give us kind of roundabouts when they do their quarterly whatever update, right? But they also they are for sure, just looking on the shelves, they're making less figures than they had before. They're making the less amount of characters than they had before. Now overall in a line, looking at it like Siege, like that's a lot of figures. But if you look at per wave, because that's how their budget goes, it's like G.I. Joe, right? Like you got waves of Joes, there's only so much spread out through that budget. So it's a very minimal amount in addition to what's out there on the shelf. So it's definitely got much more.
Oh yeah, you take a look at the power of the
I'm sorry, much less than before. That's what I meant to say.
You take a look at Power of the Proms. You take a look at Titans. Those lines. We got a shitload of characters.
Mm-hmm.
I was surprised, and for both those lines, how many characters that they came out with, and that was the reason why I got back into it, because those 2 lines really was the ones that was starting to bring characters from the 87 movie and after, the stuff that was in Japan, certain characters. And I was like, finally, man, we're getting an update, and
well, that's how I felt, right, about Titan's Return, because I was just like, oh, there's Blur, there's Cup, there's Hot Rod, and then I looked at the figures in the store, and in the package they looked hollow as all get out, and I was just like, man, now we're getting the figures we want, but not the quality that we asked for.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, I have that Cup. I love Cup. I've got my G1 Cup. I love the old man.
I got the Takara Legends version of Blur and Cup, because Blur and the Takara Legends has the correct colors, and it's still a great figure as that, but I really wanted that 86 movie color. And the Cup I got has like a redesigned shoulder, redesigned head. He looks like Cup, but his wrists are extremely fragile.
You got that Takara one from the Takara Mall. I did too. Yes. I am terrified of his wrist. So much so that I love Perceptor. And I even have the Thrilling 30s where he's a friggin' vehicle car. He should never be a vehicle at all. He's a scientist. He should be.
But that was a good toy, though. Reveal the Shield was a good toy. But it didn't make any sense. I mean,
he's an excellent.
It could make sense, but it didn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
I totally agree. I love that figure. It's hefty. It's beautiful. It's Perceptor. He's my second favorite Autobot, and I got the Perceptor from the Walmart, and I was like, well, kind of wish that I would be able to get the alternative head, and I was thinking, I wonder. So I ended up getting the Takara Perceptor, and so I was like, and there it was on sale. The cup was on sale, and I was like, yeah, I like the way he looks, and I was like, I'll get him too. I don't mess with him at all,
Right.
at all, at all. I go back to the one I got at Walmart, and do my stuff with. I opened him first because I was so excited because I was like, going to get some good pictures with him. He's going to look great. He's going to have that feel. And
You sound like you're going to take some selfies with them.
I know. I was really excited.
You're going to take some pictures with Perceptor. We're going to.
And because of it, I didn't open Perceptor. Perceptor's still sitting in the box. And I'm like, and I won't, because I was terrified, because those are the very first ones I ever bought from Takara Mall, ever. And I mean, and they don't come cheap. The shipping and stuff like that does add up. But yeah, when I was like, I can deal with the shoulders and the hollowness. I don't want it when I touch the guy. His hands are going to break off, and you have nubbies.
Yeah.
But
and what sucks about that cup, right, is it looks. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I think I'm lagging.
I agree with you. I was just saying, yes, he looks like. Are you there?
I'm still
Crimson?
I'm still here.
Okay. I didn't hear you for a second.
Can you hear me now? Is it okay?
Yes. Yeah, I can hear you now. So
Okay.
what were you saying?
Okay. No, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, his wrists look like they should fold in, but they're not supposed to. And I was just like, oh, why did you make it look like you could?
If I was looking behind me to see if I had him up here, because a lot of the figures I brought in this room were figures that I didn't want to get messed up, or I just didn't want to. I don't think I have him in here, because I was going to bring him down, let people see what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But,
And the RC, the Legends RC is beautiful because she doesn't have like black outline on everything. So she's got that gray and her pink little panties. And I say that because Kato is in here.
Oh, hey, Kato, brother. Yes, it's the pink little panties. I saw her. I got the one I got at Walmart, with the black, and I was like, the black's not killing me. But you see the one from Takara, but after Cup, I was like, like I said, Perceptor's still in the box. I've not bought anything else from there, and it was because, one, the money you have to be able to get that, and then have it shipped here. And I was like, I just don't know if I could do that. Hey, Gator, I think I sent you a link early on. If you want to join us, if you have time. I love your little guy. I was going to ask who did that for you. That looks awesome, dude.
I was just saying because it just reminded me of the dirty KOs, and so I just wanted to say panties.
I made you think, panties. I love his new logo, man. I like that.
I do. Yeah, I couldn't. That's what we were talking about earlier. That I was just like, I was kind of confused. I was just like, what is this? Who is this person? Like, the icon didn't look familiar, and then I was like, oh, it's Kato.
And that's funny because early on when Larkin was writing and saying that he was doing what? Tico? No. Yeah, it was
Keto. Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I do keto, and I was thinking, you do keto? What? And
oh, brother!
I was like, oh god, I was trying, and then for some reason I could not. My brain could not see that it was an E. I kept seeing Kato's name, and it kept saying, I do him early in the morning, and I do this, and I'm going, no. No.
This is a perfect time for Kato to come into the conversation, right?
I was like, I was going, no, but what y'all do in your private time, even though y'all live miles and miles away, y'all, you can be laying in bed if you want to, Kato. The Larkin's thinking about you early in the morning. I'm picking.
Oh, brother.
Oh, God.
It's the Mountain Dew and the Slim Jims. Protein, caffeine.
It's in my blood. That's funny. But yeah, I was like going, wow. Yeah, that just got me all confused early on in the live stream. I was like, oh, this is gonna be an interesting one. I've got Larkin saying he's doing Kato in the morning, and
now Kato's gonna be like, oh, I gotta go back and watch this whole stream.
he's like, damn it, 4 hours and 43 minutes.
That's how we get that watch time, ACP. That's how we make it. That's how we make YouTube work for us.
Right.
No, but seriously, like Kato, we were talking about exercising in the morning and stuff, input and Larkin. So we were trying to figure out like, well, what do you guys eat like before your workout? And Larkin was just like, well, I do keto afterwards. See, I had to watch myself right there. And then input, he just gets like a coffee and a donut, but they usually have their breakfast like after. So, which makes sense because if you're working out, you're going to squeeze out everything that you just ate. So that's not a good idea.
And as that was going on, and then input's talking about donuts, I'm like, wait a second, y'all got too much of Kato. See you around like a donut.
Oh, there you go. It all comes back around.
Yes, there you go. Oh,
donut is Kato's safe word.
Yep, the safe word.
Oh man.
Oh God, that's funny. Oh.
Oh, Kato. You see, all he has to do is show up in the chat, and then we just start getting all kinds of entertainment. That's why it's a party when Kato shows up. See.
I know. Oh well, guys, it has been 4 hours. Hey, Nikki Poo. I'm going to probably call it a night. I think Nikki's like, hey, are we going to watch this movie? So, it's been great. Thank you, everybody. We are
Absolutely.
back.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Oh, I appreciate all y'all helping me and helping us with this thing that was going on. But are you going to say hey real quick?
And bye.
And bye. She was asking. She's like, we gonna watch the movie. You got. She's like, web. It's like he's like passed out. This is what we're talking about. That right there.
Yeah, it's been there for years.
Jesus loves me. Gosh knows.
Did you happen to see it and show the guys, or were you?
Well, what happened was I knew you had asked about the blank wall that was in here if we could put up the Green Lantern figures. Well, I just was looking up while I was talking to Crimson, and I noticed there's this toilet bowl brush right here. And I was like, they're not going to believe this. They will not know. And so I picked up the camera, moved the camera, looked at it, and I was like, Nikki and my sister's got to be messing with me. Because I thought that y'all, you know how you and her do a poll, y'all hide things and see how long it takes me.
Yeah.
You do stuff on the icons on my computer.
Yeah.
Well, I was thinking that was what that was. And when I called you and asked you, and you said it'd been there for years, I was like, shit, I did this whole room and never noticed it was a toilet brush.
Because we didn't need it. And I was like, well, there's already a hook here. I'll just put it right here so I can find it later.
Lord have mercy. You heard it here first, folks. Oh, man. Sure, now you leave. Oh, man. Kato, I'll show you what we're talking about so you don't have to go back and watch the whole 4 hours and something. This is what we're talking about right there.
Kato, I was trying to tell ACP is like, don't use that as a back scratcher. It might work, but don't use it.
She says, it's just there in case you're the deep shit with Nikki.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah. She says, that's not going to be hard.
You never know when you're going to need it.
I know.
Shoveling shit.
I was like, I hope it's not being used.
Oh, no, it's not being
Oh, God. Not ever noticed it. But yeah.
Kato, weird toothbrush.
Toothbrush for a giant. Oh, man.
Oh, brother.
All right, guys. Thank y'all so much. Y'all have a good one. And we will see y'all on the next thing. We do have a review that's coming out for Optimus Prime.
Yeah.
Has that gone up yet? Or is it's not going up yet?
It did. Yeah, it came up like about a couple hours ago.
did it?
I
Okay.
thought we were scheduling it, but I guess it just went up.
Okay, so okay. She said I thought we were scheduling it. So we got that. We got the other things taken care of. Anything you want to share before we go to Crimson Rapture?
Well, I appreciate you reaching out to us. I appreciate you coming back, and I'm glad to have you back, man.
Thank
You
man.
and Nikki both.
Thank you. Well, guys, y'all have a good night. We'll talk to you later. And like Kato says, see you around his butthole. I mean, see you around like a donut.